Joe Carl,
Here.
Steve DeCourcy,
Here.
Len Diggins.
Here.
And staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Adam Chapdelaine, Town Manager.
Here.
Douglas Heim, Town Council.
Present.
And Ashley Marr, Board Administrator, is participating remotely. Good evening. This open meeting of the Arlington Select Board is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12th, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth, given the outbreak of the novel coronavirus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the virus and reduce risk of COVID-19 illness, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. Even if members of the public do not provide comment, participants are advised that people may be listening who do not provide comment, and those persons are not required to identify themselves. For this meeting, the Select Board is convening by Zoom as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that some attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you, and take care to not screen share your computer. Anything you broadcast may be captured by the recording. Please also take care to adjust your screen or device name if you would like to speak in order for us to recognize speakers appropriately and develop accurate minutes. It is helpful for participants to see your full first and last name when calling upon you rather than a nickname. All of the meeting materials, except any executive session materials, are available on the Novus agenda dashboard. We recommend the public and members follow the agenda as posted on Novus unless the chair notes otherwise. We're now turning to the first item on the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comments, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. Please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in colloquy with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. This meeting will feature opportunities for public comment on certain agenda items. After members have spoken, I, as the chair, will afford public comment opportunities as follows. I will first ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses only. Once the chair has a list of all public commentators, I will call on each by name and afford 3 minutes for any comments. Please keep in mind that all participants and members of the public must be recognized by the chair before speaking. Finally, each vote taken tonight will be a roll call vote. All right. And that takes us to our consent agenda. On the consent agenda tonight, we have meetings of minutes, September 14th, 2020, and we have appointment of new election workers. Caitlin Santacroce, 39 Sunnyside Avenue, Precinct 5. Amy Taberner, 41 Wellington Street, Precinct 10. Madeline Upston, 46 Teal Street, Unit 2, Precinct 1. And Sarah White, 32 Pondview Road, Unit 1, Precinct 2. I'll look to Mr. Crowe for any motions.
Yeah, I move approval subject to all conditions set forth.
And Mr. Diggins.
I second.
All right, Ms. Mahan, any comments?
No, thank you.
And Mr. Corsi, any questions or comments?
No comments.
Attorney Heim?
Ms. Mahan,
Yes.
Mr. DeCourcy,
Yes.
Mr. Diggins. Mr. Diggins,
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Curo,
Yes.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes.
It's unanimous vote.
Thank you. And that takes us to appointments. So the first appointment is two appointments to the Conservation Commission. We have Douglas Kilgore, Associate Member, term to expire June 30th, 2022. And Mike Guildsgame, term to expire June 30th, 2023. Do we have Mr. Kilgore and Mr. Guildsgame with us?
I am here.
Hello.
All right, and I'll start with Mr. Kilgore. If you can just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to serve on the Conservation Commission.
Definitely. Hi, everyone. My name is Doug Kilgore. My family and I moved to Arlington about 1.5 years ago. We just moved from South Boston, but we had a daughter that's 2 years old. So we had her 2 years ago and wanted to live a little bit more of a suburban life, I guess. So we fell in love with the community immediately. And my wife and I kind of were chatting about ways that we could give back to the community. And I follow a lot of the Arlington town Twitter handles. And I saw a link that posted a lot of opportunities to get involved with the community. And my background is in environmental engineering. I also have a business background, but did a lot of work as an environmental engineer, sort of in a past life, and saw that there were open positions on the conservation committee, and decided that could be a good way for me to get involved. So as Mike knows, I've been a part, sort of a non-speaking role in the past few meetings, and I'm excited to get started.
Thank you. And I'll turn to the board for any questions or comments. Mr. Curl?
Yeah, first I'll move approval of the appointment and just say thank you very much. I mean, I think I'm always impressed with the talent that comes through here. I'm happy that longtime residents step up to help keep us going, but I'm particularly thrilled with folks who've just recently moved to Arlington and want to contribute to the community right away. So thank you very much for offering your time and your expertise.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And Mrs. Mahan?
I definitely would like to second that, and I'm really encouraged by your background in environmental engineering on the Conservation Commission, not just with the Mugar proposed development by Thorndike Place, but also the Myrax up on Millbrook. And the other thing that I think you bring to the commission would be someone who hasn't been here for a long time that could have a real fresh set of eyes on issues relative to Conservation Committee. And one of the things that this board discussed with the redevelopment board was possibly commissioning a schematic 3D project of all open spaces in Arlington. And I think you would have a good eye towards, as well as people who have been here many, many years, in terms of envisioning where that can go forward. So thank you. I really appreciate you stepping forward.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Diggins?
Sorry about that. Just had to get back to the screen and mute myself. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited about you too. I mean, I'm impressed. I mean, and I am particularly curious about your fund management. I'm interested in why the fund management. I have done some of that myself. Just trading, and I'm kind of interested in a person who decides to do that.
I got an MBA from Georgetown. I graduated in 2012. My wife graduated from the same program in 2013. We both have strong business backgrounds. I went into management consulting post my MBA, but I've always been interested in following the markets. And at the beginning of 2016, I was fortunate to be seated with some capital, and I ran a fund for the past 4.5 years. Won't go too deep, but the markets have been a little crazy this year, and felt like I was able to step off the boat at the right time. So actually, I liquidated the fund just a month ago, and I'm in the process of returning capital to the shareholders, and I think they're probably pretty happy with that right now. So yeah, it's just something I've always sort of been interested in, and then my MBA kind of pushed that interest a little further. And so I ran a fund for the past 4.5 years, and now I'm kind of looking for the next activity, and we'll see where that takes me.
Yeah, well, great. Well, thanks, Pete, and thanks for stepping up.
Absolutely.
And Mr. DeCoursey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Kilgore, for your willingness to serve on the Conservation Commission. And echoing my colleagues' comments, you have an impressive resume, and we appreciate your willingness to serve the town. And welcome to Arlington too. You haven't been here that long, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, just thank you for your willingness to serve. This is, as my colleagues have said, such an important commission that we rely a lot on, and it's time intensive, and it really takes a lot to work on that commission. And so thank you for your time.
Yeah, I would say, and this is a testament to Mike. I've been really impressed with the team so far. Everybody seems like they're super sharp, super dedicated, and super passionate about what they do. And I'm excited to contribute to the team.
Sure. Thanks. And so I'll turn right to Mr. Gilsgame, and we'll vote you guys in together after. So Mr. Gilsgame, if you can just make sure I'm pronouncing your name correctly, and then just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about why you want to serve on the commission.
Thank you, all of you. My name is Mike Gilsgame, and I live at 8 Kensington Road. We've been there 37 years, more or less, and I've been an associate member of the Conservation Commission in Arlington for the past year, and looking forward very much to joining as a full member of the commission. As you heard from Doug, I believe that I'll learn a lot more than I'll be able to contribute. These are an impressive group of people who served for quite a long time for the town of Arlington. My background is in forestry and natural resource management, with a doctorate from Clark in geography and resource management. I spent about 20 years working for DEM and then DCR, doing water resources management as head of as director of the Office of Water Resources, and subsequent to that, another 5 years working for the Appalachian Mountain Club, sort of at the same table, but a different seat, looking at resource management, trails, rivers, forests, and recreation and education about the outside. So I hope to bring some of that to bear on the Conservation Commission, and I'm looking forward to it.
And I'll turn to Mr. Carl, just to make sure that your motion includes the appointment of both.
Absolutely.
Applicants. Yep. All right, and Mrs. Mahan?
Just because you're a captive audience, Mr. Gilsgame, Mike, and Doug. With you, Mike, one of the things that really stuck out to me was your years with, perhaps it was MDC in the beginning, but now DCR, for your work there. And one of the things that this current board and former board has really been following and trying to get some resolution on are the CS combined sewer overflow discharges that go into the LIFE. And we've been working with the city of Cambridge and with MDC, now DCR, understanding this isn't something that can be fixed in 1, 5, 10 years, but 10 years ago, they told me, that's something for 2025 or 2040. And we're, as you know, every 10 years, there's a variance that has to be discussed, that the city of Somerville and Cambridge, originally when we started focusing on this, there were like 9 CSO discharges. I think we're down to 3. I think it's 2 from Somerville, 1 from Cambridge. So if I could kind of put that on both of your radars when appropriate, that's something that's really important to myself, my colleagues, including former, but more importantly, be guided by a new set of eyes looking at it from 2020 beyond. And there may be some other outcome with that. But as with Doug, thank you, Mike, for Conservation Commission. Like so many of our committees and commissions here in town, unless you really attend a lot of these meetings or even one of these meetings, I think a majority of people don't know the quality and caliber of people that we have that basically are providing their professional services for free. We probably couldn't afford you. So thank you so much for agreeing to do this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Mr. Diggins?
Yes, thank you. And a lot of times we see resumes and they're mixed. People have done a lot of different things, but you are really solid with respect to the relationship to conservation. But there was one volunteer listing that I thought was very interesting, and that was the one on the Mass Coalition to Prevent Gun Violence.
Yep. Yep.
I'm sorry, I muted myself. So that's impressive. So can you just say a little more about your involvement with that?
Yes, indeed. I've been active with the Mass Coalition since almost its beginning, right after the Newtown massacre, when a number of people came together, a number of organizations came together because we figured we need to do something. Now, it turns out that Massachusetts has some very fine gun safety legislation in place. And in fact, we have perhaps the lowest homicide rate from guns anywhere in the country, based on those laws and the enforcement of them. But the Mass Coalition now has come a long way since 2013. We formed a 501c3. We have an executive director and a couple of staff. And we're working very hard to get the data, the gun data collection bill passed, which would allow us to take a lot of the information that's been gathered and actually use it to create new policies and perhaps new laws to increase safety in all of our communities.
Well, thank you. So once again, just very impressive. Thank you for joining us and stepping up.
And Mr. Corsi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Gildersgame, for stepping up, as my colleagues have said. And one other thing I noticed from your resume, not only your impressive background in natural resource management, but your training and experience as a mediator, and that's very impressive. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for your willingness to serve. All right, Attorney Heim, we have a motion to approve Mr. Kilgore and Mr. Gildersgame by Mr. Carl, seconded by Mrs. Mahan.
Mrs. Mahan.
Thank you, Attorney Heim. Yes.
Mr. DeCoursey.
Yes.
Mr. Diggins.
Yes.
Mr. Curo.
Yes.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes.
It's unanimous vote.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right, that takes us to item number 6 on our agenda for approval, common victualers license, Alfredo Italian Kitchen, 242 Massachusetts Avenue. Emma Deldine Darabala. Is Ms. Darabala with us?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Did we have the appointment of Ms. Harper first?
Oh. Mr. Chapdelaine, if you can bump them down.
I hadn't found the
apologize.
first person yet, so I'll find Miss Harper.
All right. Sorry about that. Number 5 on our agenda, appointment to the Cyrus E. Dallin Museum Board of Trustees. Molly Harper, term to expire December 31st, 2023. We have Ms. Harper with us.
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Hi. Sorry about skipping over you there.
No problem.
If you want to just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your background and why you want to serve on the Board of Trustees.
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Molly Harper, and I started volunteering with the Dallin Museum in, I think, January of this year. I actually only visited the museum for the first time earlier that month, and I was so impressed. I wasn't familiar with Cyrus Dallin previously, and I wasn't familiar with the museum at all, which really surprised me because I grew up in the Boston area in Brookline, and had always been really interested in the arts, and was really impressed with the museum. And they had a sign saying that they were looking for help with volunteer docents. So I started volunteering and working as a docent at that time through the COVID period, and started attending the monthly meetings as sort of in the capacity of as a volunteer and associate trustee, and started helping out with some marketing initiatives, led the confirmation of an additional piece of Cyrus Dallon's work that hadn't been confirmed before. Wrote up some pieces, started in a college intern recruiting program, which resulted in a couple additional interns as well as additional volunteer docents. And recently, with the opening of an official trustee position, the leadership asked me if I'd be interested. And in learning more about what that entailed and how the organization works, I was certainly very interested. So that's what brings me here.
Thank you. And so I'll turn to the board for any motions, comments, or questions. Mr. Corsi?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I will move approval of Ms. Harper to the Dallin Museum Board of Trustees. And thank you, Ms. Harper, for your willingness to serve. I'm a proud graduate of the Cyrus Dallin Elementary School, and I'm happy to see your interest and appreciate your service already to date. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mrs. Mahan?
I'll gladly second that motion, and I do appreciate Ms. Hopper, Molly's efforts on the docent recruiting efforts and the latter, as well as I know we've been renovating the Robbins Garden. We have the Cyrus Dallin sculpture in there, and I've seen on a lot of the different Arlington lists, Facebook original Arlington lists, that a lot of people really don't know much about Cyrus Dallin and the Great Spirit, and people were suggesting that there could be more inclusion in perhaps school curriculum regarding that, so that sometimes, the best lessons are taught by the youngest ones here in Arlington. So I'd kind of like to, kind of put that forth to you in light of your experience, working with BBNN and others. You may, along with the rest of the committee, have the best shot. And I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. It's okay if you don't, but that's one of the things that I think there needs to be some education on.
Yeah, actually, it's one of the topics that I learned a lot about, or a little bit from some of the museum founders earlier when I started. And I think one of the priorities now for the museum, given the progress that it's made, is to really increase its reach and just awareness in general. I have friends who've raised families in Arlington and are interested in the arts and were totally unaware of the museum's existence and had never been inside and have walked by it a million times. So we're just sort of starting with the basics, like, having clear signs and things like that, so people are aware. In terms of the curricula, what I've learned is that to actually affect particularly Massachusetts state curricula or town curricula is quite significant undertaking, and certainly maybe part of long-term planning. But I think there's a lot that can be done, and you see it happening with museums, everywhere, where there are other ways to raise awareness and education outside of the core education, public education curriculum. And I think we're all aware of, our children can be aware of museums in their area that didn't necessarily go through this actual public school curriculum, but there's a lot of opportunities, and especially now, I think because of COVID, we're all learning more too about the impact of digital reach. And the museum leadership has done a tremendous job. There's an incredible virtual tour of the museum on its website right now that I would encourage folks to check out, as well as other resources, children's games, things like that. So actually the museum has so many resources that it's developed with its, the limited staffing and resources it already has. We just have a huge opportunity to make it available to people just by new and creative ways of getting the word out.
Thank you. All right. And Mr. Diggins?
Is it time for a second?
No.
Okay. All right.
You seconded that motion?
Yes, I did.
Oh, you were seconding. Okay, sorry, I lost track.
It's fine. Thank you.
No, no problem. No, it's my fault. I lost track. And so yes, once again, I'd like to extend my appreciation for you helping out a worthy cause. As you may know, excuse me, I'm blanking out. The right on top of you is the Beth Flock is there. I'm blanking out. It's the Chamber of Commerce. Excuse me. The Chamber of Commerce is on top, and they I know have a big interest in the Dahlin, and I know that they used to have concerts there during the summer, and that's an opportunity to kind of promote the Dahlin Art Museum. And so we didn't have it this year because of COVID, but it might be something to keep in mind. I am also impressed with what you have already done. I mean, a lot of low-hanging fruit that you've kind of knocked off already with your involvement. And if I wasn't convinced that you were the person for the job, as a biologist, the first line you had me at amyloidosis, and the fact that you do work on rare diseases, that's hard work. I mean, and so you are certainly high caliber, and we're very fortunate to have someone like you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Carl?
Thank you very much. Thank you for offering more of your time on behalf of the Dahlin. It really is a valued community institution. I'm also very impressed with just how much you've accomplished volunteering there already, just since January. Particularly that you were able to confirm another known Dahlin sculpture, which wasn't previously within I gather within the inventory of Dahlin sculptures. That's huge. So I'm happy to support you in that. I don't know if you wanted to say a word or two about that.
Oh, sure. Well, I can just give a little bit of background, and certainly it was a team effort. You know, I am an alum of the Buckingham Brown and Nichols School, and one of the first outreach initiatives I took was to reach out to the teacher who had led the art history curriculum there, and the people who lead volunteer opportunities for the students there, to see if they were aware of the Dahlin Museum and if there was an opportunity. And the recently retired art history teacher had mentioned to me, he said, no, I haven't been to the museum, but did you know that the seal we have here, the torch, is a Dahlin piece? And actually, Buckingham Brown Nichols hadn't labeled it. There's no label there. And we did some additional research, and actually Sarah Burks, who's chairman of the Board of Trustees, through her resources with the Cambridge Historical Commission, was able to find the original articles from the Cambridge Chronicle from 1910 or 1912. I believe it was maybe 1914, when Dahlin presented the piece as a gift because his son was a student at the upper school, Brown and Nichols.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you very much. It's a great service. Thank you.
Just to reiterate my colleagues' comments, thank you for serving. This museum is certainly a untapped gem in town that a lot of people haven't had the opportunity to go through. So it would be great to get more people in the doors. We've done a few events out in the Whittemore Park in the past few years that have brought a little more attention to this area. And my sons go to the Dahlin school, so they often drive by and say, hey, that building's named after my school. And I try to explain it's the opposite. But so thank you for your willingness to serve. Attorney Heim, we have a motion by Mr. DeCoursey, second by Mrs. Mahan.
Mrs. Mahan,
Yes.
Mr. DeCoursey,
Yes.
Mr. Diggins,
Yes.
Mr. Curo,
Yes.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes.
It's unanimous vote.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Harper.
Mr. Chair, if I could just, twice now, for some reason, I've gotten the message on my screen that my connection is unstable, and I've dropped off twice now. So I don't know if I need to put that on the record. When I've only been off 30 seconds at a time, but I don't know if Attorney Heim, if I should just not mention it again, but I've literally been off probably 30 seconds twice.
Attorney Heim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the connection's unstable and we lose Mrs. Mahan, we can note it for the record. The time that we essentially lost her on the feed and the time in which she essentially was able to return. Beyond that, I'm not sure what else can be done as long as we've got a quorum. I just think the best we can do is try to make sure that Mrs. Mahan can follow along with everything. And if there's anything that you missed, Mrs. Mahan, I think you should feel free to speak up and say that you have an inquiry about something because you couldn't hear or something of that nature.
Okay, thank you. I'm just getting a message that my bandwidth is low and I don't know how to make it high. So I'll just, if you call on me and I don't answer, that's why. Just give me like 30, 40 seconds and I'll be back.
All right. All right. So that takes us to now item number 6 on our agenda for approval, common victuals license, Alfredo Italian Kitchen, 242 Massachusetts Avenue, Emma Daldine Derabala.
Yeah, I believe they are here. I think I just unmuted them.
Hello, can you hear us? Emma Daldine? Doesn't look like they're muted.
So they just told us via the chat that they can hear us. If you can hear us, maybe hit *6 on your phone if you're on your phone and see if that unmutes you. Nope, they seem to have dropped off.
All right. We'll table this item. If you can just, we'll go on to the next one and then just say, you know, if they come back after the next item.
Okay.
So the next item, we're going to take one item out of order here, as there's been some miscommunication and misinformation that's been out today about one of the agenda items here. So we're going to take it now, just so we can clarify this, just in the event that anyone has questions about this during our open forum. So we are going to jump to item number 11, discussion and vote select board policy changes. And I will turn this to Joe Curl for introduction about the policy updates.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to do actually, I think 4 things in this order, if I could. I'd like to first suggest that perhaps we discuss the draft policy changes, but then turn to council to compile all of our feedback and come back to us with a final version for adoption at our next meeting. That's the first. Second is I wanted to give a little bit of history around this. So we, for the last number of years, as my colleagues know, have had a recurring board goal to review our handbook. The handbook was a project of love by our late colleague, Mr. Greeley, and he had taken point on tending to updates. And I think with his loss, I think that's fallen off a bit. I have brought before us 3 sections of the policy handbook for consideration of changes. One is the select board code of conduct. The second is board meeting and hearing procedures. The history on these is that you may recall that after the Massachusetts Municipal Association's annual meeting in January, I had come back to the board and reported on some of the sessions I had gone to. They specifically were around, orderly conduct of meetings, and also there were a lot of issues around social media. And I was subsequently requested to work through these sections and try to incorporate some of the best practices from those documents. So that's the history on these 2, and I've been tardy on this because I think I was charged with this in May or June, we had a board discussion, and I've been trying to get to it through the summer. So the third section, which is around licenses and permits, the suggestions there, that stems out of the work of what used to be called the application and permit working group. That was also within our goals for several years, to look at that whole process and look at some of the applications themselves. That work has forked. At our last regular meeting, I think we heard a report from Planning Community Development that there is one effort underway around automation, and there was some policy ideas that came out of that, and so I'd like to discuss that. So that was the second thing I wanted to do. Third thing I'd like to do is jump specifically to one section that was put forward in these proposals, just to address it, because I think you're right, Mr. Chair. There has been a big misunderstanding that's been circulating the last day or so. And then the fourth thing I like to do is go through the sections, and not every single red line change, but entertain changes and discussions. So jumping to the item, if I can find it. The item that has raised a lot of consternation has been under 6, it's board meeting and hearing procedures. And what I want to say is that on most of these items, the proposed changes for the most part are just codifying current practice or longstanding practice. There was, if somebody else can find it before me, please pipe up. Oh, open forum.
Mr.
Okay.
Curry, would you like me to share it on the screen? Would that be helpful?
If you'd like, I've got it. It's page 8. It's under open forum. It's E. And there was a change made there. So one of the changes in this sentence is taking out citizens. So we changed to open forum. The chair had already done that administratively, but that change is made in the practice. But goodness gracious, it's in here. I'm looking for the language that raised concern. There was language that raised concern that said that open forum will take place at most, yes, it will be scheduled at most meetings to hear concerns of the general public. And then there's a list of exceptions here. This isn't actually changing our practice at all. So exceptions to this practice include meetings, including warrant article hearings, meetings preceding sessions of town meeting, special meetings called for a limited purpose, goal setting sessions, and any other situations at the discretion of the chair. I think that that's what has caused some concern. As a rule, those 4 enumerated, with the exception of the chair's discretion, which is understood, those 4 enumerated situations are already our practice. When we have evenings where we're going to have a lot of public input on warrant article hearings, we don't generally have an open forum as well. Meetings preceding sessions of town meeting, usually we have 1, maybe 2 during the annual town meeting. Maybe we have 1 during a special. Those are generally very abbreviated meetings where we're trying to get down to town meeting and our presence is required. And I know I'm not telling my colleagues anything you don't know already, but where our presence is required. So if we have applications or appointments or whatnot, we try to get that business done. Special meetings for a limited purpose, that would generally be contract negotiations with the town manager, which obviously is only every 3 years, or other meetings that are only called for legal executive session purposes, which are very rare. Maybe it's happened once in this the nearly 9 years I've been on the board. And then goal setting sessions happen once per year as well. So that was actually just meant to explain what the current practice is. It's not an abridgment of the open forum privilege. I think my concern, the concern that drove the inclusion of that is that we've had, and we know we've had a number of situations, particularly during warrant article time, when people have come, they've sat through the meeting expecting that there's an open forum, and then have been very surprised to find that there was no open forum after all because of our practice. So that was just an attempt to enumerate that. I don't know if that addresses some of the concerns, but I did want to emphasize it's just a spelling out of what the policy has been for years, just so that people have it in front of them. It's understood. I think we've been probably fairly criticized in the past that these types of policies have not been so well understood. So going back to the body of the work here, our select board code of conduct, I have a number of recommended changes. Some of these are fairly minor. I'd say most of them are fairly minor. When I went through it, it wasn't actually that deficient, but we address a number of areas in there. Board community relations, board manager relations, internal board relations, board and town staff relations. And so there are some suggestions that have been made there. Again, for the most part, I'd say that they're fairly minor. Board, I don't know, how would you like to do this, Mr. Chair? Do you want to take each section at a time? Because there are 4 different sections of the policy handbook that are addressed here. Mr. Chair?
Mr. Hurd, you're on
You
mute.
need to unmute yourself, Mr. Chair.
That's why I never mute myself. Yeah, if you want to go through the individual sections, and then if we could just if any board members have questions, if you want to just chime in, and then I'll recognize that board member.
So, I mean, I think I would just suggest you all can read the red lines as easily as I can. I don't know if it's worth it for me to read them out. Just if there are questions or suggestions. Oh, before I do that though, I did want to note, lest I forget it, that one of our constituents who is a librarian did flag for us on page 9 in E1 in the last sentence. We use the word proscribed in terms of recording of meetings, and she thought that it was probably supposed to be prescribed. That wasn't a change that was put forward here. It's actually been in there. So that's something I would ask the town council to consider.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well,
that's my presentation on this piece. I'd like to so I guess this first section, I'll just give an introduction, and if folks through you, Mr. Chair, want to ask questions, that'd be great. I mean, this introduction is really just the board code of conduct is really around how we relate to one another, to the community, to the manager's staff, within the for the most part, within the public meeting.
Sure. All right, Mr. Diggins, do you have any questions on this particular section?
I do not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. DeCoursey?
No questions on this section.
Mrs. Mahan?
Sorry, I'm having a problem with staying connected. I'd just like to briefly on Mr. Carroll's remarks, since I am the eldest senior, whatever term you want to use, member on the board, which I never thought I'd have that title. When I first started coming to select board meetings between 88 and 99, I was just a resident. Citizens Open Forum was sporadic at best. It really was something that nobody really knew about till they showed up that night and it happened to be on. And then when I became chair, it was my decision to have Citizens Open Forum at most every meeting, as Mr. Carroll described, with the exception of annual town meeting, special town meeting, goal setting, emergency meetings, meetings that needed to be conducted under the law, such as someone on the housing authority resigns, their term is still active, and we need to have a joint meeting with the housing authority to appoint someone until the spring of that year. Those were circumstances that are under the chair's discretion in terms of Citizens Open Forum. So it's not something that this current board is all of a sudden coming up with something. That's been the practice since I became chair back in the early 90s. And going on from there, other chairs, have endeavored to, unless it's a meeting outside, to be on the select board agenda. So I just wanted to reinforce some of the remarks Mr. Carroll said, as well as I know starting back in January, February of this year, when I was chair, I did have conversations with Mr. Carroll and asked him to sort of pick up the ballywick of Mr. Greeley, because Joe had gone to pre-COVID back in January, February, MMA presentations on this exact topic and how we can, update our handbook that way. So I just want to let people know this isn't something that just all of a sudden is being changed. It's something that's taking the practice from the 90s, continuing it, but also refining it in terms of all the information that Mr. Carroll was able to get from the Mass Municipal Association. So I want to thank you, Joe, for doing that.
Thank you. And Mr. DeCoursey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't have any comments on this section. I do have comments further in the document.
Okay. All right, Mr. Carroll, do you want to move to the next section?
Sure. The next section is probably more extensive. I drew from especially a lot of the social media materials that were provided at MMA, but also I put in some proposed language also that describes the practices we've been following the virtual meetings. It seemed to be a prudent course to take, considering how long we've been at it in this this format and how long we may well still be at it. The notice, I mean, I think it's just clerical change, schedule and location, no changes, hearings and meetings, emergency meetings, no change. So I have a whole section here on virtual meetings that just seeks to codify the way that we have been conducting these, and I'm certainly open to suggestions about how that might be changed. Agendas, no real change. I switched the use of the word citizen to public, so public participation at select board meetings. This first paragraph, which states meetings of the select board are meetings devoted to the business of the town of Arlington that are conducted in public by duly elected members of the board, as opposed to meetings of the public. This is language that's actually been used by the school committee and by school committees all across the state. Well, actually, I think it's National Board of School Committees uses similar language to this, and I know that this is in the policies of our colleagues across the avenue as well. Just to make it clear that these are business meetings, and we have prescribed opportunities for the public to participate. Going further down, again, striking out the citizens. That was something a number of people were interested in, so just open forum. And we already addressed this section about most meetings, et cetera. Again, a lot of the language is just to get rid of the citizens language. talking about the need for there to be a properly posted agenda item for us to have discussion. It just kind of underscores some of the constraints that we operate under with the open forum. The need to direct all comments through the chair. This language under the proposed new D is drawn from some of the materials, the MMA materials, and then underscoring that the chair's authority to maintain order. I think that based on some of the correspondence I've received, I think that some people misinterpreted this as meaning that if the chair didn't like what he or she was hearing, that they could end the meeting or the open forum. That's not what this is referring to. Adjournment of a meeting requires a motion of the board. Recess is something that a chair does have the authority to do, to call a break. Either if sometimes when tempers are running very high, it's useful to call a short break and then come back and pick up the matter. Or for other reasons, like tonight, we may well have a recess because we're expecting this to be a particularly long meeting, and just to replenish ourselves, right? Most of the rest of this is clerical, and then there is a long section starting with H, page 10, around electronic communication, which is a particularly sensitive area. And this is one where MMA and their consulting attorneys really put a lot of stress. Again, it's treating others with respect, but also just spelling out just some of the care that we as public officials have to take with social media. And I think that we do try to be careful in this, but differentiating when we're posting something in a personal capacity versus an official capacity, and being cognizant that there might be a quorum of other board members within an online forum, and being sensitive if there are actual harassment or threats. And I have to admit, I had to adapt some of this language because one of the sessions I attended at MMA had some use cases which had to do with full-time employees and some very bad situations that arose. That is about it. I'd say that's the most substantial set of changes is around the electronic communication.
Okay.
And I'll say, just as an aside, just for myself, this is one reason I think a lot of people know that it's a personal choice on my part. I tend not to participate a lot in social media. I know a lot of different people have different ideas on it, and I think it's been helpful at times when we've generally had one or two board members who do and can use it as an important conduit for information to the public. But I think we've all tried to be careful there.
All right, Mr. Diggins, any questions or comments in the section?
Yes, I have some comments. I think, overall, I support the changes that you've made, Mr. Curo. I think when it comes to the virtual meetings, we may have to, at a later time, discuss how we would want to, let me rephrase that, if we want to integrate the remote participation when we are able to start meeting in person again. I think, and I know there's desire on my part to do that. There's probably some legal things we'll have to work through, but like I said, maybe not for this iteration, but something to keep in mind maybe for the near term, because hopefully it won't be too much longer before we can meet in person, and it'd be good to try to maintain the ability for people to participate remotely. The other thing involves open forum, and I know that in general we try to strategically place open forums so that people who need to interact with us, for select board business, can do that and then leave. And so if we do have a long open forum, they're not having to wait a long time to work with us or to do business with us. So I think that's a good idea. But to the extent we feel that maybe we need to have open forum earlier, I would suggest maybe having 2 sections of it, maybe a shorter section, 15 to 30 minutes, and then an open-ended session towards the end of the meeting. And one of the things to make clear to folks is that open meeting laws, which I support, it's a good thing, but it does kind of tie us up a bit because we can't meet with more than 3 of us. And if we do meet with more than 3 of us, then we need to have an agenda that we stick to. So in open forum, I know it can be a little frustrating when you say things and we can't say anything back to you, but that's because it's not on the agenda. So if you want to have a situation where we can interact, but we not have an agenda, then it has to be 2 or fewer of us. But the fact that people want to come and talk with us, regardless of how animated they may be, is a good thing. It's a good problem to have. And I like to explore some ways of allowing for more of that. Once again, this may be going beyond the scope of this, but just some things on my mind that maybe we can come up with somewhat way that a subset of us can meet with folks and on a regular basis so that they know that we'll have an opportunity to talk with members of the select board. But as I said, if it's 2 or fewer of us, then we can have like an open agenda and pretty much talk about anything and we can feed back with you. If it's going to be 3 or more, then we really do have to have an agenda. And then it pretty much has to stick to topic, for us to discuss things. Otherwise, if it's not on topic, then it kind of resorts back to the open forum format where you simply talk to us and we don't respond back. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Mahan?
Hey, I get to follow that. First, and that's nothing untoward to Mr. Diggins.
No, I didn't take it that way. Thanks.
Okay, I didn't mean to say it like that.
No, it's fine.
I would ask Mr. Kiro, just because I'm not clear on this, in terms of the language around virtual meetings, and I have no opinion either way, but I do know that we have the chat feature, and there's some language in here regarding the chat feature. And I'm not exactly sure what it says is the recommendation, and I'm fine with whatever the recommendation is, that it should be implicit that no member of the board engage in the chat feature. Like someone tonight, when they saw that I was dropping off a lot, made a suggestion about how I might be able to improve that. And if that is the intent, which I'm fine with, not to engage in chat, if we could have whoever the moderator is sort of block us from that, or is it something else regarding that chat feature? And then I have one other comment.
Mr. Carroll?
Yeah, I think that's the intent is that there's no opportunity for, as we say in the initial remarks colloquy, through a channel that may not become a part of the public record.
Okay,
I think it's important to disable it for that reason.
Yeah. So whether it's disabled by the moderator or whether it's implicit amongst the current members of the board and or any future members, if we do have access to chat, we're not going to engage in that. And then to sort of carry on with Mr. Diggins' comments, in terms of we are 5 members of a board. We are responsible to our constituents. Just speaking for myself personally, first contact from any constituent, any business, etc. I'm always available and provide a response. Pre-COVID, I would try to do a personal meeting, but there is a point where if it's a recontact and a recontact, because the person that is seeking an audience with me in whatever forum, and you've already had that discussion, whether email, in person, etc. But they want to continue that. Sometimes I determine, just for myself personally, not to be sarcastic, but agree to disagree. You can't keep meeting with people that they're not going to change my mind. I'm not going to change their mind. And it's not a productive use of anybody's time. I feel there's been a handful of people, and I've had this conversation with them personally, so they know who they are. We do need to make ourselves available, but we also do, I don't mean to keep saying we, but myself, when it gets to a point that it's just an impasse and it's just meeting to argue and not to come to some resolution, for myself personally, that's not a productive use of time. That's not something that's guaranteed. And it's really a fine line I have to walk in terms of, being a member of the board, in the amount of hours, and we all put in so much more. None of us do this for the money, because if we did, we'd need our heads examined. But I just wanted to get that point across, that and if there are two members of the board that want to meet and, sit and meet with people, I just want to make sure that the environment is conducive to that none of my colleagues are then challenged or opened up to unfair charges if the meeting doesn't go that way, or people feel there are many select board meetings that are skirting the open meeting law because there's only two of us. I would just say to my colleagues, the way I conduct myself in that manner is I respond to everybody who contacts me in terms of wanting to share information with me or meet with me virtually or otherwise. But at some point in my time management capability, I don't, just because I'm on the board, I don't feel I'm inclined that I have to keep meeting on an issue that, there's not agreement on either side, and that's okay. So I'll leave it to, Mr. Diggins and others in terms of, whether two or less, which is one. And, I've always, I think people say that constituent services is important to all of us, but that's a hard line to kind of walk in. We'll have to move forward on that and see what is the best way that we can do it. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for lingering on that.
Mr. Corsi?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear you earlier. Just a question, then a few comments. And as I understood, what Mr. Curo said earlier is that we're going to have a discussion tonight, and we will get comments back to Attorney Heim for presentation at a future meeting. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Yes, so a few comments. And as Mr. Cure said, this came up, I think we were in the chamber when this first came up for Mr. Curo in terms of him coming back to the board with various items, mainly surrounding civility, but it's something that was many months ago, and I'm happy that it's back here now, and I thank him for the work that he's doing. And I had a couple comments regarding the open forum section, but before I get to that, I think it is a good practice for this Board of Conduct to treat tonight for discussion purposes almost like a first reading, because I think a number of the emails that I received and other members of the board from the public was a concern that there was going to be something put before us tonight. We were going to vote on it, and there would be limited or no opportunity to be heard by the public. And I think there are certain instances where something comes before the board and it's important that we vote on it that evening. I think this is one where, certainly further discussion is fine and actually helpful, and hearing people and being able to respond to that. as to the open forum section, and I think this language does spell out that, at least since I've been on the board, those circumstances where there isn't a public open forum section is just as spelled out there. I would like to maybe get back to Attorney Heim. I think the open forum period almost should, each meeting should remain there subject to the following exceptions. And I think we just have to be clear that the exceptions are exceptions, and that we're very clear what those are. And there's some wordsmithing there that I think needs to be done. The limited purpose, Mr. Curro talked about when we go into contract negotiation. So if we're opening a meeting and then we're going to go into executive session, that's all we're doing that evening, that would be an instance that maybe we spell that out. There wouldn't be an open forum. I also think at the end there, again, if we're going to spell out the exceptions, it's got to be limited exceptions. So it's got to be an exceptional situation at the discretion of the chair. But it's something that really, to the extent that we can be more precise as to when those exceptions occur, because my feeling is we should be having open forum at every meeting, subject to some of these circumstances. And if it doesn't fit the circumstances that we lay out, we should have the forum. And I think that's how the rest of the board feels too, but we may need a little bit more precision on that.
Thank you. And just to reiterate what was said, I would say that, just to be clear, these are all practices that we had put in place before. And back a year or so ago, when we started having more participants at open forum, there was a request by participants to show them or point to where the rules of the open forum in our select board meetings were codified or written down, and we pointed to the select board handbook. So at that time, we looked at the handbook and said, we really want to clarify and let people know exactly when and where we'll have open forum, as well as the other items that are addressed in these proposed revisions. We're not changing any of our current practices. And even with the exception, it's always within the discretion of the chair whether or not to post open forum, even with a list of specific exceptions. And given that these are our current practices, and we've had a number of open forums in the past few years, we've had 30 to 35 speakers, and all people that have asked to speak have been afforded their 3-minute opportunity to speak. There won't be any situation going forward just because of what's proposed here where people will not be given the opportunity to speak. And this just clarifies when people will know whether or not there'll be an open forum posted, which will be, as a matter of practical nature, any meeting except what's listed here. And I would just say, in meetings, we'll have some warrant article hearings coming up where there won't be an open forum posted in accordance with our current practices and what's listed here. And the purpose of the open forum, realistically, when it started, was to allow residents, prior to email and prior to a phone in every house, to address matters to the board that they wanted for the board's consideration. In the current age, even if it's say a meeting with a warrant article hearing that doesn't have an open forum, there's still other avenues for residents to contact the board via email, via phones that are posted. So certainly are ways to address issues to the board aside from the open forum. And that being said, we're again, we're going to continue the practice as it's been for however many years that I remember watching meetings. So I mean, that's what I just say in that section. All right, Mr. Curl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The last section, it's actually probably the least amount of language, but may well, require the most legal review. One of the things we found in the application and permit working group is that, some of the information that we have asked for traditionally in our applications for a lot of licenses and permits is really not appropriate and not germane to our granting of the license. I think one thing that I think we did get rid of a year or two ago was that there used to be a request for applicants for spousal information, which seems not to be germane at all to those. And I don't believe our applications have held that had that since that time. But there are a number of other items here, which I am proposing that unless otherwise required by law, that we do not require query checks of applicants. So unless there's something where state law says you need it, like for example, later this evening, we're going to be hearing from 2 applicants around for host community agreements for cannabis dispensaries. The state law says that there has to be a query check in those cases. But in some cases, that we make clear that we don't require them unless the law otherwise requires it. I mean, people should be able to have a second chance unless there's some extenuating circumstance in the line of business or the law itself. And what I'm also suggesting is that unless the law otherwise requires, well, I include the applicant's spouse. I do not believe that's included on our applications. Place of birth, including country of birth, or date of birth, or naturalization date, or a photo. I'm suggesting that we not request these pieces of information unless it is required. I'm also putting forward that applicants will be provided with an opportunity to self-identify their gender. I mean, currently, the application has a binary option. I think we have to get away from that and allow applicants to self-identify their gender and perhaps not require that response unless otherwise required by law also. And make clear that applicants, and again, this is a practice that we've always allowed, but make clear that applicants appearing before the board have the opportunity to be represented by a language interpreter or accompanied by, I suppose I should say, accompanied by a language interpreter. I think these are some common sense steps that we can take that take a potential systemic bias out of our system and out of our application process. Not to mention some of the concerns around personally identifiable information right now with our applications all go up on Novus and whatnot. So this is what I'm proposing. I suspect that we might need a little bit more legal analysis on this, but in principle, I believe that this is the direction that we should be going, and it was discussed a bit in the working group. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Diggins.
Yes, pending review by town council. I am totally fine with the changes that you have recommended, Mr. Kuro. Good job.
All right. Mrs. Mahan.
I would just echo the comments by Mr. Diggins, and thank you, Mr. Kuro.
Mr. DeCoursey.
Yeah, same thing. Thank you, Mr. Kuro, and hopefully pending review, we can implement these changes as soon as possible.
And again, just thank you for all this is a lot of work, and I know it's a long time coming, and we appreciate your work on this.
Thank you. I'm sorry it took so long too.
So, Attorney Heim, do you have any comments?
No, Mr. Hurd, I've been taking notes, and I will start drafting these into a proposed revised policy for further discussion.
Yep.
And I'll obviously look at the issues, although I think Mr. Kuro has already highlighted well that there may be some applications where it's required by law, even if certain information, such as date of birth, doesn't seem particularly important for a drain layers license, may be required to be submitted. So I'll try to figure that out. And there may be slightly different standards, but I like the way that Mr. Kuro has articulated it as required by law. Thank you.
And just to confirm, we don't need any motions at this point, right? Right.
No, sir.
Thank you. And Mr. Chapdelaine, do we now have Elma Deldine Darabella?
They appear to be back, so I'll try to unmute again. Let's see here. Looks like they're on their phone. Oh, I think what's
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Already.
All right. And I apologize if I mispronounced your name. If you could say your name and just tell us a little bit about your application.
Sure. My name is Imaruddin Durbala. I'm applying for a common vic license for a place that's already existing. I'm just changing the name. But due to legality, I was going to first quote, I own Alfredo Italian Kitchen. So we ended up changing to Venice Italian Kitchen now. So, and that was submitted on the application.
Right. And I will turn to the board for any questions or comments. Mr. Curl?
No, thank you very much for investing in Arlington. I think folks have enjoyed, having food service at that location for many, many years, and I appreciate your taking it up.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Corsi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kerr, did you move approval or?
I am now.
Okay, all right.
All conditions are set forth. Yeah.
I didn't, since you went first, I didn't want to. I'll second the motion. And also, thank you. That 242 Mass Ave has there's been a number of businesses there, and I wish you the best of luck. And I know you're operating in Winter Hill and Somerville right now, and I did go on to see some of the comments on your site, and you get very positive reviews. So best of luck at the new location.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mrs. Mahan?
I apologize, I didn't hear that. Also, welcome to Arlington. And one of the things that I'm sure you're probably already aware of is that our planning department, along with the Board of Health, but especially the planning department, are working with all our businesses, including our restaurants, in terms of monies that are available if you want to do outdoor dining, the physical structures that need to be put in place for that, to try to help you at least break even, but hopefully make a profit. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that and you avail yourself of that opportunity. And as my colleagues have said previously, thank you so much for coming in and continuing this restaurant business in this location. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. I have one comment, may I?
Sure.
Yes, like I was listening to Joe Garrow. If I'm, forgive me if I'm saying the name wrong. I have a lot of support for what he was saying. I own in 5 different cities. Arlington is a beautiful city, but I have met the most sophisticated application I ever felt in my life. But I also have met some of the nicest people I ever met in any other city, including Ashley, which she worked in your board. She was the most helpful person I ever met working for a city. So it's a great group, but the application is too sophisticated. Some of it does make sense for public safety, okay? But some of the stuff, honestly, it did not make sense. And it does put an extra cost. So I really support Joe for everything he said, because I went through it. Thanks God, at least the people who work in the city are very helpful. I mean, I'm talking about one of the most helpful city I ever been to. And I'm not exaggerating. They answer the call, they dare to help, they not dare to complicate things. So I see his point when he was saying in certain points, and I totally agree with him. Some things is not going to affect public safety. It's not going to, when it comes to health and safety, you guys got to look for, that's for sure. But some of the stuff, it did not really make sense. So when I saw him speaking, I really support in a lot of way because I went through it. But I'm really looking forward to serve people of Arlington. And the main things I opened there because I do get a lot of calls from Arlington. So I figured to just get closer to there. A lot of calls from, they want me to, deliver there, but it's too far for me. So that's the other reason. And I'm really looking forward to open the store.
Thank you. We agree with everything you said, especially about our board administrator. All right, Mr. Higgins.
And as a resident of the East, if you're good, you'll see me a lot. And so thanks for doing business with us. And I'm interested actually in those the elements of the application that you feel are not necessary. I'm sure you'll take that up with the appropriate department, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And so I'll keep an eye on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And just I would reiterate what the board said. Thank you for investing in the town of Arlington, and I look forward to trying the food. All right. So we have
looking forward to see all of you one day.
Thank you. We have a motion for approval from Mr. Carroll, seconded by Mr. DeCoursey. Attorney Heim.
Mrs. Mahan,
Yes, thank you, Attorney Heim.
Mr. DeCoursey,
Yes.
Mr. Diggins,
Yes.
Mr. Kuro,
Yes.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes.
It's a unanimous vote.
Thank you. And that brings us to our open forum. Except in unusual circumstances, any matter presented for consideration of the board shall neither be acted upon nor decision made the night of the presentation in accordance with the policy under which the forum was established. It should be noted that there is a 3-minute time limit to present concern or request. So at this time, anyone wishing to speak at the open forum may use the raise hand function on the Zoom application with a *69.
Just *9.
*9 key code on their telephone if they're phoning in.
All right. Would you like the first name, Mr. Hurd?
Yes.
Mona Mandel.
Okay. Ms. Mandel.
Mona Mandel, 14 Water Street, town meeting member, precinct 9, and 16-year Arlington resident. I wanted to discuss 3 things today. One, highly disappointed in taking down the very small token Black Lives Matter banner from Town Hall. With this decision, the select board and the town manager collectively are signaling Black and brown people in our community that our lives don't matter. In the backdrop of the racial tensions all around the country, as well as the violation of trust with the handling of Lieutenant Pedrini's case with the Arlington Police Department and the racial inequities in our Arlington public school system, I'm very saddened that the select board unanimously voted for the step. Second, thank you to Select Board Joe, Len, John, and Steve for your clarification on the open forum change and your comments committing to listen to all viewpoints from Arlingtons. I was here to ensure that the open forum is curtailed where the chair can vote to curtail people on the queue for open forum if there are too many concerns about a particular issue. Participatory democracy is a strong bedrock of our community, and it is especially important for residents to engage with town leadership during the pandemic. 3, select board members should act with civility and professionalism towards residents of Arlington, regardless of if you agree with them or not. I was disturbed by the unprofessional behavior by Select Board Diane Mahan, the last Select Board meeting, which I attended, towards residents who spoke against the BLM banner as she felt it was a waste of her time. Over Zoom meeting gallery view, I saw her rolling her eyes, unmuting and coughing to signal cutting off people, and walking off the screen when she did not like what she heard. Such unprofessional behavior is unbecoming of an elected official of our town. I suggest taking some anger management, racial justice training that might help to not get triggered by people who are speaking up against racism in our town, so that it is not just centered on her feelings on the matter. However, in conclusion, I also want to say these are tough times for the town, and I'm also very grateful for several Arlington Town initiatives. And we have a lot to celebrate, but we also have some work that we need to do. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you. All right. And next on the list.
Next is Rebecca Gruber.
All right. Hi, Ms. Gruber, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
If you can just say your name and address for the record.
Rebecca Gruber, 215 Pleasant Street. First of all, I want to say his name, Jonathan Price, a Black man who was murdered on Saturday by Texas police. I am again speaking to you to urge you to put back the Black Lives Matter banner. The presence of the Black Lives Matter banner on our town hall is even more important in light of Tuesday, September 22nd's community conversation with Lieutenant Pedrini. Having watched the session in its entirety, I was incredibly saddened to not hear from Lieutenant Pedrini any real understanding of the racist beliefs he harbored, the impact of those beliefs on the performance of his job, and the damage his espousal of his beliefs have caused to both the residents of Arlington and his fellow Arlington police officers. Recognizing that the presence of the Black Lives Matter banner on our town hall is largely symbolic and is not actually the action required to dismantle the structural racism in our town, it does, however, communicate to our residents and visitors that we strive for and oppose the vile beliefs that Lieutenant Pedrini espoused. In addition, during the session, I was particularly struck by the many offers of support to Lieutenant Pedrini to help him continue his learning and evolution, which was in sharp contrast to the silence regarding support for those affected by Lieutenant Pedrini's words and actions. Again, displaying the Black Lives Matter banner is not sufficient redress for our community, but it does communicate a commitment by our town to the human rights and racial equality of Black people and to the efforts required to dismantle systemic racism. I understand that there is a warrant article pertaining to the replacement of the banner coming in front of this fall's town meeting. But since historically town meeting often follows the lead of you, the select board, and since an affirmative decision made at town meeting will still require you, the select board, to decide to act, I am asking you to reconsider your decision and voice your support to put the Black Lives Matter back on town hall. Thank you for your consideration of my concerns. I yield the rest of my time.
Yep. And Mr. Town Manager, next speaker.
Elliot Eichen.
All right, Mr. Eichen. And just state your name and address for the record. Mr. Eichen, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hello?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Elliot Eichen, 41 Mary Street in East Arlington, and I'm speaking on behalf of 5 other members of the East Arlington community who have been advocating for a short shared street pilot on Mary Street. This is actually not something that any of us wanted to do, is to waste your time with this, but we were advised by several neighbors and my wife that it was important to show our support, so I'll try to be fast. First, we value the opinion on a pilot from everybody in our community, everybody who uses Mary Street, whether the opinion is in favor of or against the idea. There has been a fair amount of discussion about how much support there is, how many local conversations were had, and whether the town itself is being transparent in the process. We thought about restating some of the facts or going point by point through some of this, but ultimately decided it would be counterproductive. By distributing flyers to mailboxes and having Zoom meetings, having one-on-one conversations with various people, both pro and against, talking to our neighbors, and posting on the East Arlington chat group, the 6 of us attempted to engage all of the local community on the notion around a very short shared street pilot. I think the town has also tried hard to be transparent by participating in a Zoom meeting, sending emails out to all the folks who are interested, including those who are opposed, doing a mailing to the local community, and posting on the town website a whole bunch of information once a grant from the Department of Transportation was received. The town has also been really clear about wanting to work with the community to shape a pilot in any way that would work and to make everybody on Mary Street and the abutting streets comfortable with it. Overall, we think that a short 6-week pilot is probably the best way to figure out whether this is a good idea or not, and to understand in more detail what works and what doesn't work, rather than killing it before it even gets a chance to show up. We, again, the group that's advocating for this, along with many of our neighbors, hope that the town decides to go forward with it, as we feel it will make Mary Street safer and provide another way, or at least before the winter comes, to bring the community closer together while social distancing. Thanks.
Yep. All right, and Mr. Town Manager, the next speaker.
Lynette Culverhouse.
All right, Ms. Culverhouse, if you can just state your name and address for the record. Ms. Culverhouse, can you hear us?
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. My name is Lynette Culverhouse, Draper Ave, town meeting member for Precinct 11. And I want to say that I appreciate the conversation about the open forum, and particularly appreciated Mr. Diggins's invitation to have conversations with him as a select board member. I have to say I've reached out to the select board members numerous times and asked for conversations and have yet to have one. So it does not often feel like, it doesn't feel like I am heard by the select board. There are so many things going on in this country and in our town that are deeply disturbing to me and to many of us. We are very divided, both as a country and as a town, evidenced by the dismantling of our democracy and speech rights, the racism and the white backlash at the idea of having to share power and wealth, the distortion of facts, as well as so much more. But I don't want to dwell on the external state of things. I want us to focus on how to move forward as a town and to be part of a community that works together and addresses conflict rather than trying to avoid it. At this moment in time, no one has the answer for how to effectively address our systemic racism. Not our town manager, not you, our select board, and not myself. I only know that I want all people, not just white homeowners, to feel safe, included, and welcome here. I want our leaders to recognize our common humanity and acknowledge that no one is superior or better than anyone else. No one deserves more voice or power than anyone else. No one has the right to tell someone else what to think or believe or how to express themselves. We have a growing movement of people in Arlington who care deeply about equality, representation, and justice, who will not back down in the face of insults, criticisms, and harassment, and who want to engage with our leaders in the authentic search for a way forward. But in order to do this, the arrogance and entitlement that we are seeing in our leaders needs to be replaced with a greater degree of willingness and openness to changing opinions, to listen respectfully to opposing voices, and to model integrity and leadership when engaging with the hard issues that we are facing. I am not seeing that. We all long for connection and the opportunity.
Overhouse, you're right at 3 minutes. If you can just wrap up your thought.
Okay. No one arrives at the place of knowing for sure what is right without serious soul searching, compassion, and self-motivated learning and listening. It's a journey we take together with a willingness to learn from each other. I sincerely hope that we can take that journey together.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Town Manager, next on the list.
Anna Henkin.
All right, Ms. Henkin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Hi, I'm Anna Henkin, 11 Marion Road. I want to address the changes to the policy handbook for the select board. On the whole, many of the changes are a clear improvement, especially in regards to requiring that the board members not comment on the public forum as it happens. However, I still have concerns around the changed language for the open forums, particularly how the allowance of open forums is so specifically at the discretion of the board, and how language was added to make it so members of the public can be dismissed at the board's discretion. I think the language used in the revised policy is dangerously broad and gives the board too much discretion to revoke our right to open forums despite assurances. The public forum is the only opportunity the public has to directly communicate to the select board, such that they must at least hear us. And it is a public recorded way for us to weigh in on town issues. By allowing the board to determine at their discretion whether they want to have an open forum at any meeting, it creates an incentive to prevent open forums following controversial decisions during election seasons, or if the board simply doesn't want to hear complaints at all. It incentivizes silencing the public and avoiding feedback, which creates the appearance that no one is allowed to disagree with the board. This is anti-democratic and a clear First Amendment issue. This undermines the sense of community in our town and the trust in our elected officials. The people give the elected officials the mandate to act as their representatives, but if you pass these changes with this specific language, you're endangering the input of those you claim to represent. Maybe you act in good faith, maybe you don't, but with this language, you can ensure that the next select board will. And I want something that I can trust enshrined in law. Despite assurances, I still worry this language change undermines the open forums and the ability of the public to give input to town government. Finally, I continue to believe that it was a heinous and cowardly decision to remove the Black Lives Matter banner, and I sincerely hope that the select board decides to restore the banner to town hall. I would like something to be proud of in my town. Thank you. I see the rest of my time.
All right, Mr. Town Manager.
Robin Harney.
All right. All right. Robin, can you hear us?
Yep, I can.
You can just state your name and address for the record.
Okay, Robin Harney, Lake Street. Okay, the proposed changes to open forum are part of a larger pattern of undemocratic and dishonest behavior by the town of Arlington to protect its racist police force. In the last 2 weeks, we learned that Chief Flaherty, along with other Arlington officials, lied to the public about Lieutenant Pedrini's involvement in the recent America Backs the Blue rally and counter-protest. She first stated that Pedrini was not assigned to work at the rally, and later, when caught in that lie, admitted that he was in fact there. It appears that if Pedrini had not disclosed his own presence at the rally in a live televised statement, the town of Arlington would have attempted to keep this fact hushed up, even going so far as to leave his name off of official documentation. Meanwhile, multiple Arlington residents filing Freedom of Information Act requests on various issues related to diversity and policing in our community have been met with identical, seemingly arbitrary $75 fees. The town refuses to provide the legally required itemized list justifying those fees and refuses to respond to questions regarding the legality of these actions. Now the select board is attempting to further reduce public accountability by limiting opportunities for the public to communicate with our elected officials in open forum. It's clear that the town of Arlington is prioritizing allegiance to its racist police department over its legal obligations to its citizens. The select board have shown yourselves to be guilty of this misplaced allegiance in your September 14th discussion, in which the decision to remove the Black Lives Matter banner was justified entirely based on the feelings of police, and in this latest attempt to curtail open forum immediately following public outcry against your racism in that same September 14th meeting. The attempts to limit open forum are an attack on democracy and can't be overlooked. The citizens of Arlington have made our positions clear. We demand structural change to oppressive systems, including and especially the Arlington Police Department. We don't accept these undemocratic and frankly illegal attempts to silence us, and we will continue to make our voices heard no matter what. Enough is enough. Black Lives Matter, fire Pedrini, and defund the APD.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Town Manager, next speaker.
Laura Kiesel.
All right, Ms. Kiesel. Can you just say your name and address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Laura Kiesel. I live at Capitol Square. I have something I want to read real quick, but I also want to say I've written the select board members many times, and with the exception of Mr. Joe Curo and Dan Dunn, when he was sitting on the board, I've never received a response from any other member, including Ms. Mahone over the years, and I've written countless times. So I'm speaking tonight because I am concerned about the proposed rule changes to the open forum. I understand they've been clarified, and I hope they are in good faith. But the rule changes, though legal, the fact that they are being proposed on the heels of a meeting where overwhelming public comments were concerned with the removal of the BLM banner, and where many of the commenters were women, younger folks and millennials, LGBTQ plus people of color, low income and disabled folks, has the optics of wanting to silence marginalized people on issues pertinent to civil rights and equity. If these procedural rule changes do become used to disproportionately silence those of us who are of marginalized identities and our allies when speaking on town policies regarding racial progress and overall social equity, then it does trigger legitimate concerns about the town becoming discriminatory. And putting a plaque somewhere will not compensate for those optics. To be clear, the select board proposed and voted to remove the Black Lives Matter banner hastily without soliciting community feedback on the heels of a pro-police rally where the BLM banner was what was the contention. In response, 20 people attended the last select board meeting. Another concerned citizen started a petition that garnered nearly 500 signatures in 48 hours that was submitted to you all. And yet another citizen proposed a warrant article for this fall's town meeting that a dozen of us worked together to accrue the minimum 100 signatures in person, no easy feat during a raging pandemic, in less than 24 hours. And actually, we far surpassed that with double the signatures at 209. If that is not evident that there is a strong public will to not only keep the banner, but to also implement more genuinely equitable racial policies, I don't know what else could be. The select board will have to vote on this warrant again, and I hope that they will reverse the course and the precedent they set, because town meeting usually follows their lead. A final reminder, many of us as marginalized people do not have the luxury to serve long, tedious hours that are unpaid on the select board or town meeting or many of the town's commissions or committees. This open forum is one of the only options we have, especially since many of us do not get our emails responded to communicate with you all. And I hope you will realize that it is imperative to our democracy to keep it as it is. Thank you. I yield my time.
Yep. All right, Mr. Town Manager.
Gordon Jameson.
All right, Mr. Jameson, can you hear us?
Hello.
You can just say your name and address for the record.
Gordon Jameson, 163 Situate, town meeting member, precinct 12. I've come to speak tonight on two articles on the agenda. The first is the open forum. As many of you know, I've presented numerous times during Citizens Open Forum. As noted in the board's policy statement, the board chair controls the agenda. And while it is, as you reviewed, while it is part of most meetings, it's never been part of all meetings. And that's in my experience of 18 years of being a resident. In particular, on nights when, as you discussed, there's a variety of reasons why it may not be on a specific night. I look at the presentation to the board in this forum as a privilege as well as a right to provide my feedback. But with all things, abuse of such a privilege and right can sometimes be counterproductive in my opinion. I don't see the proposed changes do not remove it from all future agendas. Neither do they provide for selective removal of individuals wishing to speak unless they abuse the right to do so. That was raised, that issue was raised in one of the public forums. That would be no different than if someone was disrupting town meeting and the moderator would be able to have someone escorted from the room by police. That has never happened in my 16 years of being a town meeting member. As you noted, this is really just codifying the status quo. And there are many ways to contact the board other than through Citizens Open Forum, although imperfect, including letters, op-ed, websites, etc. Some minor issues. People have suggested that this was done in response to a recent meeting. Mr. Curl brought up the fact that this effort was initiated, his work was initiated back in February, so this is just when it finally happened. In reference to Mr. DeCourcy's comments on defining the exceptions, I referred to wise counsel from previous town council, Mr. Marr, that over-defining things gets you into a situation where you're constantly changing the statute to keep up with the changes, and some broad thing like they have in the last part I think is quite appropriate. In regards to your last meeting, I looked at that, and it was a joint meeting between the board and the ARB. I might suggest that in certain very select situations, you might prescribe that the scope of Citizens Open Forum that evening in those joint board meetings might be restricted.
Mr. Jameson, you're just at 3 minutes, if you can just wrap up your thought.
And my last thought was in reference to the town manager. He's up for his review, and I am very appreciative of the manager's work. I hope that you give him high marks. He's helping to negotiate us through very difficult times at many levels, and I think Adam's done a wonderful job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Town Manager, next speaker.
Beth Malofchik.
Hi, can you hear me?
I inadvertently demoted our chair to attendee. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. But Ms. Malofchik is here when you're ready.
All right, Ms. Malofchik, if you can say your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Beth Malofchik, Russell Street, town meeting member for Precinct 9. I am very concerned with the proposed changes to open forum. I am heartened, however, by Mr. Hurd's and Mr. DeCourcy's comments. If I understand them correctly, that in effect, there'd be no change from the current practice, and that open forum is encouraged at each meeting. So then I would request that the word not be changed from each to most, since you have already iterated the exceptions where you would accept, where you would not allow an open forum. Then I would like to repeat comments of previous speakers saying I am very concerned that these forum changes, as well as other recent initiatives,
are anti-democratic. And I'm very concerned with the First Amendment issue that Anna Henkin mentioned in terms of suppressing the speech of the public. Concerning the virtual meeting paragraph that Mr. Curro has authored, I would encourage that the public who is attending the meetings be illustrated. How can the public be at these meetings if we're essentially in a cave? I think at least our names should be up. You have that option on the chat to indicate who is at the meeting. Some people may like to have the option to have their photo up there. They can then control their own camera. That was in fact what was done at the very first of these virtual meetings, where there was a greater sense of democracy than since then. I'm very concerned with these changes that seem to be seeking a consolidation of power under the town manager. I'd like to know when the current system of town representative town meeting was instituted, where we have the strong town manager and the, I don't know how else to describe it, but the weaker select board. I'd like to know when that began, when that was initiated. It seems to me that his position as vice president of the executive board of the Metropolitan Area Planning Council is a conflict of interest. I'm not sure that the regional administrative objectives of MAPC are not in conflict with interests of Arlington as a community, namely urbanizing us, replicating alewife type building in the center of town. And I am not happy.
You are right at 3 minutes. If you can wrap up your thought.
I would like to know, can we submit written comments on the work product of the town manager, or is this my only choice, only opportunity?
So if you email us, we can respond to you on that.
Thank you. I think that's very important for the town to know. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right, next.
Mr. Hurd, while I promote the next speaker, I just wanted to announce town council has had to leave to virtually attend the redevelopment board meeting for a period of time, but he will be back to rejoin this meeting.
All right, and we'll note that at 9:14 in the minutes.
The next speaker is Erin Farah.
Hi, Ms. Farah, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me? Oops.
Yes, I can. If you can just state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Erin Farah, Benjamin Road in Arlington. So I'm calling in part because I was concerned about these changes, about the open forum. Having listened to Mr. Curro, if I'm saying that correctly, it sounds like a lot of work went into that. I do worry a little bit about words that are so broad, such as most and at the discretion of. And I guess that's in part because my trust is a little low, as I think a lot of people in Arlington's trust is a little low at the moment. I think we've had a rough many months, but I think we've had especially rough last month with the Mr. Pedrini's last meeting, in which he just told us all how he worked the Back the Blue rally that his sister-in-law had helped organize. That was disturbing. Also disturbing to hear that he didn't bother to read anything about racism other than what was required of him, and that he used kind of the old saying of he's not racist because he has family members who are of color, which is clearly not a thing. So I guess that was one issue. But bigger than that is the taking down of the Black Lives Matter banner. We bought the banner, we own it. It doesn't cost us more money to keep it up. It's a banner that is just a symbolic gesture in this town. And it's a symbolic gesture that we need right now. The taking down of it shows a very clear sign that Black lives do not matter to the select board. The replacement with a plaque is entirely insufficient. And I would ask all of you to reconsider that decision. It was clear to me that Diane has very strong feelings about that at the last meeting. But I would ask the rest of you to reconsider your thoughts on that. We own the banner. It is a small, just symbolic gesture that we can put up very easily, put right back where it was. And then we can work further to make this town more welcome to all of us who live here and be more civil and more open to everyone who lives in this town. We have a lot of work to do here, and let's start by putting the Black Lives Matter back up. We have it, let's put it back up. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Town Manager.
Kevin Heaton.
Sorry.
Oops.
And Mr. Heaton, if you can say your name and address for the record. Mr. Heaton, can you hear us?
Hi, my name is Kevin Heaton. I'm at 252 Massachusetts Ave. Wanted to say I'm really concerned about the new the taking away of the time at select board meetings where citizens can voice an opinion. I think that's just a basic part of any open town meeting, and especially right after the controversy over the Black Lives Matter banner being taken down. I mean, it just shows that, that some people just don't want people to express their opinion on that, which is completely wrong. Just it's so basic. So I'd like to see the banner put back up and to keep the rules the way they are. Thanks. I'll yield my time.
Mr. Town Manager.
Kenneth Hughes.
All right, Mr. Hughes, can you hear us? Mr. Hughes, can you hear us? If you can hear us, if you could just unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, hi. Good evening, Board of Selectmen, Town Manager, and Town of Arlington. My name is Kenneth Hughes. I'm a retired police officer for the Town of Arlington, and I wholeheartedly agree that the banner should not be replaced. I think its time has come and it's gone. I think it's a divisive tool, and I will give the reasons for it. The slogan, Black Lives Matter, is very important to me and to most police officers I know and everyone else. They support that. A lot of people do not support the Black Lives Matters organization. And there are several reasons why, especially as a police officer, they don't. The group does not, they want to defund the police department. That's one of the tenets of their beliefs. Second of all, they're against they want to disrupt the nuclear family, which is one of the strongest points of American institutions, keeping people together. And it's a control, it's the best control that we have for people to be raised and to control to bring people up properly. I believe in that stuff. I hear that I've heard a lot of people talk about the racist Arlington Police Department. I don't know where that's coming from. That is totally a bunch of garbage. We have one of the most progressive police departments, best trained. I was the facilitator on the No Place for Hate organization for the town of Arlington for the effort to do it. I worked along with Joe Carroll, and I worked along with a lot of other fine people in this town. The town of Arlington does not, their police department or the people, support any type of racism. There was a mistake made on September 10th when there was a group of people called America Backs the Blue, which by mistake, and I can see how it could happen, there was a similar organization which has racist overtones and that stuff. That was not the group that went to meet that day. Those were people who, a lot of them have family members, former police officers, and other people who have worked their lives to help people of all colors and everything. I don't know where we had an unfortunate thing.
Mr. Hughes, you're just at 3 minutes. If you can just wrap up your thought.
Okay, I just want to say that Arlington is not a systemic racist town, and the Arlington Police Department isn't, and we honor all lives and we protect them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Town Manager?
Steve Revelak.
Mr. Revlock, can you hear us?
Hello, Mr. Chair. Yes, I can hear you. My name is Steve Revelak, and I live at 111 Sunnyside Avenue. And I'd like to share a bit of a personal story that might be relevant to the issue of the Black Lives Matter that on Town Hall. So over the summer, I attended a couple of events called the Ride for Black Lives. So you could think of this as a Black Lives Matter demonstration on wheels. So a bunch of cyclists would meet up in Roxbury. We listened to a couple of speeches and then sort of parade around Boston on bicycles. Now, these events were organized by members of Boston's Black community. And sometimes the opening remarks for these events served as a platform for members of Boston's Black community to tell us white folks exactly how they felt about us, which is to say, there was a lot of tough love going down in some of these opening remarks. So I'd like to relate one of those tonight, and I'm paraphrasing, and this is just the best I can remember it, but this is kind of how it went. So we're glad that, we're glad to see everyone here today, but I want you to understand something. The struggle for Black lives does not end here. If you ride with us and go back home and do nothing else to help Black lives, then please do not come back. Likewise for holding a sign. We appreciate that you're trying to show your support, but the struggle does not end with holding a sign. If that's all you're gonna do, then please do not come back. Like I said, tough love. But so the main thing I took away from those remarks is that, the show of support is nice, but it's symbolic. There is only so much that it does. Now, and I understand a lot of folks here like the sign. It makes them feel comfortable and makes them feel good. And maybe that's a good reason to put it back. But, I think the fellow speaking at the Ride for Black Lives had a point. Symbolic gestures only can do so much. So in my own opinion, the most significant and enduring form of structural discrimination in Arlington is housing. And it's been that way for at least 100 years. I know that housing is not the board's main purview, but I really think that's the major issue we have to tackle. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Revlock? All right, Mr. Town Manager, next speaker.
We have Donna Kelly Williams.
All right, Ms. Kelly Williams. If you can just say your name and address for the record.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. My name is Donna Kelly Williams, and I live on Mary Street. And I'd like to speak in opposition of the shared street on Mary Street as it has been proposed. But to begin with, I'd like to thank all of you for the work that you did, since I have been a frequent flyer on these open forums for the last couple of weeks. But I so appreciate the fact that on the town site, you have posted all of the most recent updates regarding the shared street pilot proposal, so that we are more informed about what was going to happen as a result of this proposal, the approval, the grant that was approved, and how it's going to proceed. However, I want to continue with my concerns on how it is proposed, and also to offer, again, my recommendations as to what we can do going forward in the future. So first of all, I think we are all concerned with the safety on Mary Street regarding the traffic. And I want to reiterate the recommendations that myself and other members that were on the initial Zoom call, the one and only Zoom call forum that we had as members of the Mary Street, I guess we're called the opposition group, when we shared our concerns and recommendations regarding the most important thing that we could do regarding the safety is enforcement of the do not enter signs at the end of the streets, the three streets, Wilson, Little John, and Homestead. What that did was it protected the Mary Street area from the throughway speeding traffic that cut through Mary Street from 7 in the morning till 9 in the morning, and again at 4 to 7 in the afternoon. What that did was it put our children at great risk, as we have encouraged them to walk to school and ride their bikes. This was the high traffic area. This is when we saw the most activity of children on the streets, as well as families walking their children to school. So without the enforcement of a mechanism that was already in place to provide that safety mechanism, we found ourselves at a loss on how we could make Mary Street a safer street. So part of the recommendations of the people that were on that one call on August 26th was perhaps we could highlight the sign at the end of Wilson, Little John, and Homestead, so that someone coming down Lake Street could actually see the sign. Even today, when I was driving home shortly before 4 o'clock, I could not see the sign until I was right on top of Wilson Ave. So one of the recommendations is highlighting the sign.
Okay, Williams, you're right at 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll finish up. My concern is I can continue to have concerns going forward, but I so appreciate the fact that we have become much more transparent in the ability for people to respond and validate their concerns. So thank you to all of you for all of your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Town Manager.
Elizabeth Dre.
All right, Ms. Dre, if you can just say your name and address for the record.
Hi, thank you very much. Elizabeth Dre, Jason Street, town meeting member for Precinct 8. What I've learned in the last 24 hours is that this really comes down to trust. Those of us who trust you as leaders believe that there are no significant changes to the Select Board Handbook, that the changes in language just codify the status quo, that we'll notice no difference. And according to Select Member Mr. Curo, this is a big misunderstanding, and that the Select Board is not changing your practice at all, with the important exception of the chair's discretion, which nobody else has talked about, and that's very alarming. Chairman Hurd said all practices we had put in place before still exist. Others in the public think that the right way forward at this point is, quote, to let the change take place. And if it turns out that residents have lost a forum, or if polite behavior in open forums is punished unjustly, to call it out. And those who don't trust wonder why now? Why these specific words? Why change each to most? Why add at the discretion of the chair? The timing is suspicious. It's happening at the very next Select Board meeting following the incredible outpouring of emotional responses and resistance to the board's decision to remove the Black Lives Matter banner. And it comes after Diane Mahan, Select Board member Diane Mahan, twice asked residents to stop speaking, and her unprofessional behavior made it clear that she was displeased with the thoughts and emotions that residents were sharing. Those of you who don't trust you, those of us who don't trust you may wonder if this is the Select Board's reaction. your attempt to silence those whose opinions you don't want to hear. Trust must be earned, and your actions and your decisions over the last 2 years, and especially the last few months, have not earned my trust. And so I join those who question the timing and your motives, and you have not earned the benefit of the doubt. And personally, I disagree with the approach of waiting until our rights are taken away and then asking for them to please be returned. I'd much rather they don't get taken away in the first place. I urge you to consider intent versus impact. Your intent may not have been to raise alarm bells and cause residents to fear that you're limiting our right to speak, but that was the impact. And depending on how much we trust you, that impact will differ. And the impact of this language change at this time is suspicious, and I question your motivation, your transparency, your intent, and I fear the impact. In addition, Chairman Hurd said that open forum is not our only opportunity and that we can mail or call to communicate. I know from experience that those emails do not always make it into the public records or the minutes. And in addition, Chairman Hurd and Select Board Member Mr. Dickens do not have phone numbers listed publicly that we can call. I do appreciate you changing the language from citizens forum to open forum. I think that's a fantastic move.
Ms. Trey, you're
And
right at 3 minutes. If you can
Okay,
just wrap up
last
your thought.
sentence. I'm concerned about the paragraph added on page 5 saying that only board members and selected staff be seen. I'd like participants to be able to see each other if they would like. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Town Manager.
Sandra Mustajo, if I'm saying that right.
All right. And Ms. Mustajo, if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Yes, you did say my name correctly. It's Sandra Mustajo from 191 Park Avenue. I'm a 14-year resident of the town of Arlington and recently elected town meeting member for precinct 16. I wanted to express my disappointment with the select board's unanimous decision to remove the Black Lives Matter banner from our town hall. The banner was meant to be a symbolic gesture to affirm the value of Black lives in our community. I find it disconcerting that it was the feeling of a board member that the banner could be received as exclusive by those that do not support the movement, and that another board member could not contain her frustration and disrespect towards members of the community bravely expressing their views on why the banner should remain. The sad fact is that for centuries in our country, Black lives have been devalued, dehumanized, and that continues today, as is evident all around us. Affirming that Black Lives Matter is meant to be a rejection of that marginalization, and the only honest way of being a welcoming and inclusive town. I implore the board to reconsider their decision. I am glad that there's an item on today's agenda to discuss racial equity work for the coming year, as the banner is a necessary symbol, but there is much work to be done in order to honor the statement that Black Lives Matter in our town. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Town Manager.
Kristen Martin.
All right, Ms. Martin, if you could say your name and address for the record.
Oh, sorry about that. Kristen Martin, 48 Fairmont Street, Arlington, Mass. Okay. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So everything was going great on the forums, but I just wanted to follow up after the former police officer. I was just really discouraged when he said that, you know, he didn't think Arlington had a problem with racism. I don't think we should really be looking at white people to make that assessment. I think we should be listening to former Arlington High students that are of color that had to live here, go to school here. We shouldn't have to look to, like I said, older white gentlemen that were police officers. They're not really going to understand that there's a problem. And I myself, like, if you asked me 10 years ago, if I was like, is there a problem with racism in Arlington? I'd be like, no, of course not. Now I know differently. Like, you can go on the town page on Facebook. If you just say Black Lives Matter on our town page or on anything that Advocate posts out, you're going to be slammed with people that are upset about that. I don't understand why this is so divisive. You're just saying that Black Lives Matter. That being said, when someone says Blue Lives Matter, that is actually really divisive and actually scary, because Black lives, that's not a choice. Race is not a choice. Being a cop is a profession. That's a choice. And I think what people are saying when they say defund the police, they're not saying take all their money away. We're saying, can you please allocate some to give to like social workers or somebody else who could show up, and, you know, instead of having police officers draw their guns. There's just better ways to do that. And I just wish people could do their own research and look up what Black Lives Matter mean and what defund the police means. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Mr. Town Manager?
Someone that already spoke has raised their hand, but I know we ran into an issue with some speakers last time. Should I promote them just to verify that it's not someone else?
Okay. Is this the last person on the list?
Last person on the list, yes.
Okay.
Kevin Heaton, just in case it's somebody else using his name.
Hi, my name's
Mr. Heaton?
Hi, my name's Kevin Heaton. I'm at 252 Mass Ave. Sorry,
Mr. Heaton, if you can just keep it very brief, because we generally don't have multiple
couldn't unmute
speakers on
myself
system open
earlier.
forum.
I'm just concerned about the taking away of the open forum at select board meetings. I think that's just a basic part of any town meeting of any democracy, is for citizens to have a chance to express their view. And especially when it's right after people were concerned about the Black Lives Matter banner being taken down. I think it's just an obvious sign that they're just trying to shut people up. So I would like it if you would keep the open forum and put the banner back up. Thanks.
Thank you. And with that, that takes us to the close of our open forum. Look at the board at this time for nods, or would anybody like to take a break at this time, given the girth of the... Yes, Ms. Mahan? All right, so why don't we take a 10-minute break? If that works for the board.
Before we take the break,
Sure.
Mr. Chair, just one quick thing before we take the break.
Yep.
I am a town meeting member, and my number is listed on the website as a town meeting member. So just for the record, thanks.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 9:50.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, reconvening. That brings us to traffic rules and order and other business. Agenda item number 7 for approval. Amendments to the temporary outdoor dining license regulations. Allie Carter, our economic development coordinator.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm actually going to take this if it's okay with you.
Sure.
So these are just two or a series of minor changes to the outdoor dining rules and regulations that the board first adopted in June to help with businesses trying to do business outside. I had sent around a further red line to the board today. However, I noticed that it did actually miss one of the changes. So I just want to walk the board through the pertinent changes here. There's really two sets of changes. One is explicitly calling out the fire department's role in being part of the permitting team that will review the applications, and then explicitly calling out the allowance for the placement of outdoor heaters in outdoor seating areas, and that the fire department will inspect them. And then the second distinct area is allowing for temporary amendments to the service of alcohol outside to be able to be allowed 60 days past the end date of the state of emergency. The prior version had that expiring on November 1st or 60 days after the state of emergency, whichever came first. So it was set to expire on November 1st. So that 60-day change is right here. You can see we've added fire to the list of groups, of departments, excuse me, that will look at the applications. And then you can see we've explicitly called out outdoor heaters as part of the plan requirements. So I think I wasn't actually at the meeting, but Mr. Hurd could attest to this. I believe the Economic Development Recovery Task Force voted favorably to recommend this, or is at least voted to support moving this forward. And
Yeah, so we talked about it. I don't recall if we made a motion, but Ally had gone through the requirement that we had to extend the date for the service of alcohol outside. And she mentioned that the 60 days after the end of the state of emergency was our outside date. So the board had the discretion to vote on a date, a lesser date, but my input to her at the time, and she had agreed, was that it's easier to have a clear, to just vote on the outside date, to have a clear timeline, so we don't have to keep renewing it. And then we also don't run to a situation where it may have expired, it didn't fall in line with a board meeting. So that's why the language as proposed is 60 days after the end of the state of emergency.
Thank you. So
and all the members that were present at the task force, I think concurred.
And I think this comports with what we're hearing from restaurants, a desire to be able to serve outside for as long as possible. And part of that for most of them, if not, I think almost all, are the service of alcoholic beverages.
Sure. All right, I'll go to the board for any questions or comments. Mrs. Mahan?
First, I'd like to move approval, and this is just for my own interest, and it either can be answered tonight or following tonight. And I appreciate that the fire department has also been brought in on this. I know that in terms of the weather getting a little bit cooler and moving forward, in terms of outdoor heaters, I'm just curious if either the chair or town manager can answer tonight or after tonight, when restaurants do ask for outdoor heaters, is there a list from the town in terms of, through the fire department or anyone else, in terms of what heaters are the safest that can be employed, or is it they submit and then it's evaluated by the fire department? So my thing is there something already that the town is comfortable with in terms of safety for the restaurant and the patrons? So that would be my question.
So my understanding is the fire department will review any device that is fueled by propane for commercial use. I don't think they have a list, but I can verify that. I can check with the chief.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaplain and the chair.
You're welcome.
I'm all set.
I should say, if we have any questions about what happened at the Economic Development Task Force meeting, Mr. Diggins joined us as well, so he might be able to refresh memories. So, Mr. Diggins, any questions or comments?
No, well, actually, no, I don't. I'm all set. Thank you.
Right.
We have a lot of meeting to go.
Want to
Thanks.
second my motion, Mr. Diggins?
Thank you. I will second it.
Mr. Carroll?
Thank you very much. Just thank you for doing this as we go forward. I hope we can keep an eye towards what's working and what's not. Potentially consider this as a permanent measure, as some other jurisdictions have been doing around the country. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And Mr. Corsi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions. I know I support the amendments, and they're very important to help our restaurants get through this. So I'm with the other members of the board on this.
All right, and so we have a vote, a motion by Mrs. Mahan, seconded by Mr. Diggins. Mr. Chaplain.
So I'll call the roll, and I'm going to call you on the order you are on my screen. So Mr. DeCoursey.
Yes.
Mr. Kiro.
Yes.
Mr. Diggins.
Yes.
Mrs. Mahan.
Yes.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. That takes us to item number 8 on our agenda: discussion, plan to implement an outreach for Mary Street, Shared Streets pilot. Mr. Chaplain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I provided via Dan Amstutz, or Dan Amstutz via me, provided this memo to the board to update the plan for implementation of the shared street has been approved and discussed by this board now several times, as well as providing some clarifying information about the outreach that had been done in the neighborhood since the start of this discussion. I know there's support, as we heard, under open forum, and also remaining concerns. And I know some of those concerns have been brought to you as individual board members. And I think there may be some proposals or a proposal for a minor alteration to the plan before it's implemented to try to accommodate concerns that have been raised. But I guess I'm very open to hearing that. And but generally, we are excited to implement the pilot, utilize those grant funds, and study and analyze and assess the data for the pilot period.
Thank you. And I'll open up to the board for questions or concerns. Mr. DeCoursey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank Mr. Amstutz and Mr. Chapdelaine for the work done on the pilot proposal. I do have a motion. It is slightly different than what was in the memorandum dated September 30th. And I'm going to propose that the pilot shared street project be between Margaret Street and Little John, not Wilson. And the reason for that is I did hear from a number of residents on the part of Mary Street between Little John and Wilson. There were some concerns, and I think this section is a little bit different than maybe some of the other shared streets that we looked at, because there's an existing prohibition on travel down or into that neighborhood between 7 and 9 in the morning and 4 and 7 in the afternoon. And Mary Street actually becomes the main cut through for those cars that prior to the prohibition. And there's some questions about that. There was some concerns about the level of outreach, although I think that is being addressed. I will note that Little John, as an endpoint that goes out to Lake Street, there are 2 sidewalks in Little John. There's only one on Wilson from Mary Street to Lake Street. Wilson is the first street you come to as you're going up Lake Street from Route 2. And there's just some concerns about the traffic continuing to turn in there. So I think there are some issues outside of the shared street proposal that maybe need some further discussion. But I do think it's important to have the program. I think it's important to have data that we can talk about 4 or 5 weeks down the road after the pilot is done. And I would be willing to work with neighbors, Mr. Chapdelaine and Mr. Amstutz, about some of the other issues outside of the shared streets program to see if we can maybe get a better, try to achieve a little bit more consensus among the whole range of Mary Street in terms of what's going on here. But for now, it seems to me that extending it to Little John will give us the opportunity to take a look at the shared streets program and also address some other concerns.
All right. Mrs. Mahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll second
We're losing you. Yep.
Mr. DeCoursey's motion, as well as, oh, am I back or no?
Yeah, we have you now.
Okay, sorry. I've had a weak signal all night. I don't know why. My connection is unstable is what it's saying. Definitely second Mr. DeCoursey's motion, and I will leave it through the chair and town manager for Donna Kelly Williams' comments regarding the signage and sort of remediating that to something that is a successful resolution. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Carl.
Yeah, I'm fine with the motion as long as I don't know if this has any impact on the grant funding. Do we know that?
My understanding is it won't have an impact on the grant funding. It may mean we don't expend the full amount of the grant, saving some cones and sawhorses for a shorter distance, but no material impact on the grant as far as I'm aware.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Then I'm fine with Mr. DeCoursey's motion.
And Ms. Higgins.
So knowing the amount of thought that goes into these, I'm usually very hard pressed to change them, but I have tremendous respect for my colleague, Mr. DeCourcy, and he knows that area better than I do, and 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 um and so I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll support the motion as well. I think, what's left of the project gives enough area for people to utilize that space in a meaningful way, and will give us, real good feedback as to the program. And, just to reiterate that there is a lot of excitement of both people on Mary Street and the neighborhood for this shared streets project, and a lot of anticipation for this. And, but there were concerns. I grew up right down that way, and I know there's a few no turns on that off of Lake Street, but the turn at Wilson has always been the most problematic. And I think this addresses some of the concerns that have been raised. All right, so without anything more, we have a motion by Mr. DeCourcy, second by Mrs. Mahan. Mr. Chapdelaine?
Mr. DeCourcy,
Yes.
Mr. Kiro,
Yes.
Mr. Diggins,
Yes.
Mrs. Mahan,
Yes.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes. Is a unanimous vote. And that takes us to item number 9 on our agenda, discussion racial equity work in the coming year. And for this, I will turn to our town manager, Mr. Chapdelaine.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. What I wanted to do tonight was update the board to some degree on work that's been done, and talk a little bit about work that we're planning to begin, to accept some feedback from the board, and also to ask the board to affirmatively endorse something that I know. I think you've already formally voted on this, or if you haven't, you certainly supported it through our engagement with the National League of Cities and your participation in that engagement. So I guess I start by saying one of the speakers in open forum said that the town manager doesn't have the answer to these issues, nor does the select board, nor do they. And just speaking for myself, I think that's a factual statement, right? As I start to talk about this tonight, I'm not at all saying it, claiming that I have the answers. If I did, I'm sure I could sell it to much of this country that's struggling with these issues. But I do think we do have a good team of people here in Arlington that have been focusing on these issues for a number of years now. We're trying to continue to enhance our engagement with the community, broaden and deepen our engagement with the community. I think we were able to achieve that to some degree with the community conversations we had over the summer and into this fall, bringing new faces and new voices to those conversations, especially the session where we were able to elevate suppressed voices and bring more Black and brown voices to the table. And I think that's the kind of work that we're hoping to do going forward. So I wanted to talk about a few things, and then again ask for the board's feedback, and also ask for the board's endorsement of one piece. So I think as a reminder, the board obviously knows this very well, but for those watching at home, last year the town created its first diversity, equity, and inclusion coordinator position to work in the Health and Human Services Department. And we've been so lucky to have Jill Harvey working for the town doing that work. She started either at the end of December or early January of 2020. And she's obviously stepped in at a very difficult time to be doing this work, but she's really done an excellent job. She's done such a good job, but also is doing so much work that we've decided already to elevate this position to a division within Health and Human Services and change her title from coordinator to director of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and provide her administrative staff support to focus on the administrative side of managing the affairs of the Human Rights Commission, the Disability Commission, and the Rainbow Commission, so that she can continue to focus on these deeper and broader engagements in education with the community and internally with the staff. I think it's important to mention that around the same time that Jill came on, we did join the Government Alliance for Racial Equity, known as GARE, as a community, we've signed up to be part of that network. And I know Jill attends webinars or seminars regularly and gets a lot out of being part of that network. As I mentioned, we conducted a series of community conversations over the summer focused on issues of race and equity in Arlington, which can still all be viewed on the town website. And I also want to highlight that, as the board knows, because the board participated in this, we have embarked on a multi-session training and technical assistance initiative with the National League of Cities Race, Equity, and Leadership Division. We started this back in January with a half-day training for the select board and a full-day training for 65 town staff. These were department heads and other mid-level supervisors. And we, as you know from the training, is really focused on building competency around issues of race and equity and the history really of race in this nation, the more recent history. And we provided the half-day training to the board, the full-day training to the staff. It was supposed to be part of a multi-part training, but the pandemic really threw that off in terms of figuring out how to provide this really, really frankly, heavy and intense training in a virtual setting. So we're hoping to resume it virtually soon. We have, I think, actually a call with NLC tomorrow to continue to work out some of those details. But most importantly, this training is intended to culminate with an analysis of each department focused on identifying instances of institutional racism and then eradicating them. And another way to describe that is via the development of a racial equity action plan, something that we can actually develop, have it be actionable, and then measure our success against it. So that's the piece that I'd like to ask the board to consider to affirmatively endorse tonight, the creation and then implementation of a racial equity action plan for town government. I think that would be an important step for us to affirmatively commit to. Beyond that, in talking with Alensa Michelle from Powerful Pathways, who's really helped us over this summer, help is probably an understatement, done really tremendous work for us in putting together these community conversations and helping us, again, broaden and deepen the conversations we've been having in the community. She's put together a concept around holding a series of teach-ins with the community around these issues of race and equity to, again, enhance competence around these issues. I think it's clear to me there's many people in this community that are very in tune to the importance of these issues. They've done their reading, they've done their homework, they've done their studying. But I also experience people that are interested in learning more and coming along on that journey. And I think these teach-ins could be an important part of that. If the board will indulge me, I'll bring up a shared screen here very quickly. Sorry, I can't find it here. Just gonna do this again. There it is. Sorry. So I happy to go into any level of depth that the board is interested in, but I don't want to take up more time than we have to tonight. But as you can see here, Alensa has laid out a series of objectives, the descriptions of the training. You can see here, understanding foundational terminology, identity and cultural efficacy, different people engage differently, tools for diverse participation, local action, global change. Training number 5, more than a non-racist, how to be anti-racist. So we're still working through the details of the how we put these trainings together, but I wanted to share with you, and again, the public, those watching at home, what we've done, what we're planning to do, and some of our thoughts about how we move forward. I know this board is very committed to this work. It has been for some time. You've obviously heard me, both at board meetings, during community conversations, expressing our commitment to this, and I thought it was important tonight to come to the board, given the intensity and the tension around many of these issues that we're working on, maintaining our commitment to move forward and work on these issues. So I'm happy to hear any feedback, answer any questions you might have, and I would be asking for you to affirmatively endorse us moving forward with the creation of a racial equity action plan. So thank you.
Sorry. Muted. I'll turn to the board. Mr. Carroll.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move that we endorse the creation of the Racial Equity Action Plan. And I'd like to thank the manager for all of the work on this, and Ms. Harvey. I think it was really an important step when Ms. Harvey's position was added to the budget. I know that something like that had been envisioned in the original bylaw that created the Human Rights Commission over a quarter century ago. But, you know, it never happened for one reason or another. And I appreciate that that's happened, and some of the other developments that you've shared with us around that. I think the synergy between that support for Human Rights Commission and Rainbow Commission and Commission on Disabilities is very important, as is this work. Also happy to see this proposal from Ms. Michelle. Having tuned into all of the community conversations, I think that, you know, anyone who did couldn't help but be, you know, very impressed with the depth and breadth of her knowledge and skill as a facilitator. So very happy with what you presented, and I'll look forward to seeing how this unfolds as we go forward.
Mr. Diggins.
I will second it, and then I have some questions. But first, a statement. If I may be so bold, about answers to this problem, I think the source of the problem with racism in this country was founded pretty much as an economic. Was just based on economics. I mean, it was slavery. I mean, that was a way to get free labor from other human beings. I mean, and it was done. It didn't start. I mean, slavery, the concept of slavery didn't start 400 years ago when Black people were taken from Africa and brought here. I mean, there were lots of other places where there was slavery going back to the Egyptians. And so the problems that we see now in the society are really an extension or a result of that and as a result, not only do we have structural racism, we have structural poverty, and that's really the result in a big way of the racism. And I think if we really work on that a lot, we can take care of a lot of the issues. I mean, for instance, and we've heard this before about the I'm sorry, that is taking me a little effort. I'm kind of sleep deprived, so that's why I'm having a hard time communicating tonight. We know about the wealth disparity in the Boston area, where a white household has $250,000 or $247,000, and a Black Black household has $8. And when you look at the numbers of the number of households, it would be fairly easy to correct that if you took about 10% from the wealthy households and gave those to the poor households. You could bring them into the 200,000 range. And so we have the wealth is there, and it doesn't take much redistribution. I know that's kind of a taboo word, but to bring people up, and there are ways to do that. And the nice thing about solving for that is that it is so measurable, and we can see our progress or lack thereof. So I'm going to second this because it's the right thing to do. It's a movement in the right direction. My question to the town manager through you, Mr. Chair, is so with respect to what's going to happen with the staff, you said that you're going to have ways of measuring it.
So to be clear, addressing issues of race as a whole in the community, I don't know that I have the metric to propose tonight. I think the creation of a racial equity action plan for the town government should incorporate measurable goals that we can achieve.
Okay, all right. So that's what I heard about when you said measurable goals. Yeah. So that's we have to do a lot of work on that. And I mean, these teach-ins, they're good. I'm kind of curious as to how the outreach is going to be done. Who's going to come to them? This needs to be fleshed out a whole lot more in terms of who's going to attend these and how we're going to determine the effectiveness of it, and whether or not that's even the goal. So that's it. Thank you.
Mrs. Mahan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly join in Mr. Carroll's motion as proposed by the town manager to endorse the racial equity action plan. I definitely am in full agreement with Jillian Harvey becoming our diversity, equality, inclusion coordinator director and establishing that as a town department. I think that's much needed. I just wanted to say through you to the town manager and Ms. Harvey and others that I think Michael Curry, who moderated the last community conversation forums, which included Lieutenant Pedrini, is a stellar individual. He's someone that 2 years ago, when we first embarked on working with National League of Cities through their real program, Race Equity and Leadership, I know I had a conversation with the town manager really pitching Michael Curry because I think he's such a valuable resource and source of knowledge. And not that no one from NLC has done this, but certainly knows the area, and certainly is a Black man who's grown up in the times, certainly knows the experience. So, and I've had this conversation with Mr. Chapdelaine, and he's agreed with me. Whatever way we can, when it's doable on both sides, the town side and school side, have Michael Curry involved, because I think he's just, to me, he's someone who's up there in terms of someone who can help us lead through this. And then the other thing I wanted to say was, and again, I've had conversations with the town manager about this. I think we really need to include high school students currently, as well as alumni that have experienced as a young Black youth, person of color youth. It's not just Black, it's brown and others. Get them to the table, and I've forwarded on to the town manager and others, the Human Rights Commission, a group of students that have been trying since 2010 to work with a group in the town that really, I think, for my fault and others, really hasn't been clear where they can go. I'd really like to see the outreach to those groups of students of color, especially alumni that have kind of experienced coming through Arlington, whether they lived in Arlington or whether they were from Metco. They really want to help out. They want to be mentors, not just to students of color, but to all students. I know when I was at the high school as a cheerleading coach, it took like 2 years to educate some of the staff over there, not to call the Metco bus the brown bus, because it seems like it's a small thing, but it's a big thing. Not to say there was an area in the cafeteria where Metco students eat, that they can sit wherever they are, especially my cheerleaders. I wanted them to take advantage of that time to help each other in terms of, if someone's, pulling a C- going forward. Those are the things, I understand about a banner, but substantive change also includes conversations, includes bringing in people that we need to have the conversation. So what I would say through you, Mr. Chair, to the town manager, if we can continue the outreach with the Human Rights Commission to current and former students to kind of get them plugged in, as well as what we will do with this racial equity action plan that I really see, especially on the town side, and with Jillian Harvey becoming the director of a department, that we're really taking this on in the sense that, just like with other issues, that we, whenever we hire someone or whenever we employ a protocol or a practice or a standard on how we give town services, that there's a sort of another checkpoint that comes in and evaluates it. So I just kind of took advantage of the opportunity for that, but I just wanted to pass that along. So thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. DeCoursey.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I also support Mr. Currow's motion. I want to thank the town manager for bringing this before us this evening for our endorsement of the creation of the Racial Equity Action Plan. I want to say also, I'm really happy to hear that Ms. Harvey has been promoted to the director position and that a separate division has been created. I think that's an important statement, and I think the work that she has done since she started has been remarkable, and she needs additional support. And I'm really happy to see that commitment. But also, I think we all recognize from the statements tonight, and that there's much more work to be done. And I've talked about learning, and we all need to educate ourselves, continue to educate ourselves, and continue to have conversations. So I endorse the plan. I appreciate the work Ms. Michelle has done in terms of putting together the proposed teach-ins, and maybe some more work in terms of finalizing how that's going to work. But she has been a valuable consultant to the town, and then the Elevating Suppressed Voices, which Mr. Chamberlain said is still available. She spoke throughout the session, but towards the end of it, the last 5 or 6 minutes, she spoke, and it's really powerful. And if people haven't seen it, I really encourage them to watch that, particularly at the end, towards the end of that session. So thank you, and I'm supportive of moving forward here.
Thank you. And I also will support the motion, and I want to thank the town manager and Jill Harvey for putting together this action plan. I think sometimes in our nice, diverse, and progressive town, we get a little too comfortable. But anyone that steps up and says that institutional, structural, and individual racism doesn't exist here in Arlington is just flat out wrong. And we've identified that, and we know that for the past few years, we've been working towards remedying that goal. And we have a lot of work to do. We're going to continue the work. We're going to listen to people of color in our neighborhood, in our town. And as Mr. Corsi said, the key word here is learn. We're going to learn from one another, educate ourselves, and that's the best way, and have productive conversations with one another. And I look forward to implementing the plan, as well as other means that the town can use to continue to work against the racism that exists here and bring us to a better place than we are right now. So with that, and any additional comments, we have a motion from Mr. Currow, seconded by Mr. Diggins. Attorney Heim.
Mrs. Mahan. I'll come back to her. Mr. DeCoursey.
Yes.
Mr. Diggins.
Yes.
Mr. Currow.
Yes.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes.
Mrs. Mahan.
Yes.
It's unanimous vote.
Thank you. Right. That brings us to item number 10, discussion and approval, town manager evaluation process. Mr. Town Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've put before the board tonight a memo and the evaluation tool that we've used in the past and in that memo is both a timeline and a reiteration of the process we've used in the past. We are late this year. We usually do this in the late winter, early spring. We're obviously mid-fall right now, but multiple members of the board had expressed to me a desire to start this process sooner rather than later, which I think is appropriate. So I guess I would be asking the board to consider two things tonight. One, is it still comfortable with this process, which includes a narrative self-evaluation put together by me, coupled with an update on progress on goals that have been set by the board, provided to the board, who will then review those and then complete the tool that's been provided for the board's review. So if interested in seeing if that process still works for the board. And then additionally, if the timeline I've laid out works for the board. I tried to mimic the same amount of time as we've used in the past for how much time the board will have to perform the review, how much time the chair will have to work with the HR director to consolidate it into one comprehensive review, leading up to a board meeting where it will be discussed in public session. So as always, it's a helpful process for me to learn and hopefully be told in some areas where I'm doing well and in other areas where I could use some improvement or focus. But happy to hear the board's feedback about both the process and schedule tonight.
All right, and with that, I'll turn to Mr. Diggins.
Sorry about that. I was just reading something on the evaluation process. So the timeline, I think, is a little problematic, because we're going to be gearing up for a virtual town meeting about then, and so and then we'll be in town meeting, and we have hearings to do. For the most part, I feel that I could do my part of the evaluation in that amount of time, and except for section 6, and I'd be interested through you, Mr. Chair, finding out how my colleagues have dealt with that, because it seems like it involves some interaction with the staff in order to assess how they feel about what the town manager is doing, because I don't really interact with him in this way. And if it were simply a matter of me checking the boxes and not having to comment or bloviate, as some might say, I could probably pull it off, but it's a tight timeline. It's not a tight timeline. It's a very difficult timeline with virtual town meeting going on. So my suggestion would be to push it back until after town meeting is over, or at least until after it started, and then go from there. So I guess if I were to make a motion, it would be to start the process maybe early next year, and that would be it. But so that will be my motion. Thanks.
Mr. DeCoursey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, a few comments, and I think Mr. Diggins and I, neither one of us have gone through this process yet. We didn't do it earlier in the year, so I haven't been through it as the other members have. And I think this timetable as laid out by the town manager is something that you've done before. So I'll look for your comments on, if you think that time period is doable. But I do think, and I realize that we have town meeting coming up, but I think, to be fair to the manager, there should be an evaluation done every calendar year for him, or that process. And so it concerns me that that we don't do anything in calendar 2020. He's proposed these times to us, and it's not ideal, but with the circumstances that we are in this year, it couldn't be done earlier in the year. So for discussion, I'll second Mr. Diggins' motion, but I really would like to hear from the other members in terms of how you feel in timing, what your experience has been in the past through this process, and hear from the manager as well in terms of how he feels he can perhaps get through the materials that he has to provide to us by October 19th.
Mr. Carroll?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate what you've put forward, Mr. Diggins, but I think my inclination is that we should go with the timetable as laid out, and a couple reasons for that. I think Mr. DeCoursey has already kind of laid out that really in an ideal world, we would have been doing this evaluation already half a year ago. That the manager does deserve to have his performance evaluated on an annual basis, but with the pandemic and all that didn't happen. Under our typical timetable for the evaluation process, we typically were coming right up against town meeting hearing schedules as well. So That's one thing. But the other thing that I would like to suggest that we consider, and maybe once this motion is either disposed of or retracted or whatnot, I think it's important that this evaluation encompass the last 18 months, because it would have typically come through on in February, having the process begin. And the way that we have typically handled that in the past, when the evaluation period has significantly spanned two people's terms, is that we reach out to the former member to also submit some feedback. So in other words, we reach out and ask if Mr. Dunn would be willing to provide feedback for that first period where you weren't on the board, Mr. Diggins, which would be like more than a year, right? And for you to also fill out an evaluation. That has happened in the past, when we've had significant splits like that. So I think my feeling is we should go with the timetable as laid out. It should be for the full 18 months, but we should also reach out to Mr. Dunn if he is willing to contribute his observations as well, as we've done in the past. One reason why it's important is the last part of the manager's memo, which talks about an upcoming expiration of his employment agreement. So I think that it's only fair that we finish our evaluation process with some lead time before that deadline. All of that said, I think that even if we go with this timetable, we might want to consider actually shifting the whole evaluation timetable out by this 6 months in the future. I think it actually would mesh up better with some of those deadlines. And in other years, we shouldn't find ourselves coming up against town meeting schedules. That's my thought.
Ms. Mahan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kiro, you said a lot of what I was going to say, in terms of, COVID came March 11th, everything changed. Normally when we do this process, we're in the thick of warrant article hearings, which I always thought was like the worst time in terms of time management, things that we have to do. I agree with that. We should do this in the timeline that the manager has outlined, and then continue that on in following years, so that when we go through this process, unless there's a special town meeting.
We are losing you a little bit, Diane.
Which is not as cumbersome when. Sorry.
Yeah, see, your audio is going in and out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can hear you now.
Me? Yeah. Okay, sorry. So I agree with Mr. Kiro that I think this is the best time to do it every year. I think we need to readjust. We've gone through COVID. I have had a conversation with the manager in terms of contract negotiations that I think we should have the discussion, and it needs to be had by December 31st. And that's nothing untoward. I don't want to give the town manager notice of him not being our town manager. I want him to continue on in that role. But I don't want to go any further with that. But I think that we adopted the February start date to evaluate town managers in the thick of usually heavy warrant article hearings. And I think it's better that, as Mr. Kiro said, we move forward with a timeline that the manager has outlined, which would culminate on December 31st, and continue with that in the future. Thank you.
Yep. And just to follow up, I've been through this process one time, and I think, we certainly don't want to blow over it and put the time that we need to thoroughly evaluate the town manager. But I think it can be done despite what's going on. I think we'd all like to dream of a time when we're not so busy, but I don't know if any time such like that will be in our future. So I think, the time is now to address this. It's sat out there for a fairly long time. And I think, you'll find once you jump into the evaluations that if you sit down for a few hours, you can thoroughly complete them and do the work that you need to get the correct evaluation of the town manager. So I would say let's stick to the timeline as proposed, because it's a lot, just like everything else, this has got kicked down the road. And if we have a set timeline, we can set our goals that are working towards completing it within the time frame allotted. So that would be my, Mr. Diggins.
So I wouldn't object to this at all if I weren't still heavily involved in trying to get VTM going. So and as I said, I don't have any problems with any of the sections except for section 6. So I could use some advice as to how people deal with section 6, because that to me seems like it requires some effort. And I'm sorry if my voice is getting shaky. It's not because I'm upset or anything. It's more that I'm just a little sleep deprived, because I'm not upset at all. I'm just kind of defending my point. And I, of course, if we decide to do it, I will do my absolute best and probably do even better than I imagine in trying to pull it off. But I just wanted to emphasize why it was that in this particular case that I was like going, well, it's not so much that we have hearings and that we're going to have town meeting, but that I'm just so involved in the organization of it. Because normally, the select board just isn't trying to coordinate the, making town meeting happen. Normally it's just kind of, we have a schedule and it happens. We just do our hearings thing. So that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Chaplin.
So to respond to Mr. Diggins' questions or concern about section 6, I can offer to talk to a number of my colleagues in other communities. I think Mrs. Mahan and Mr. Akiro probably recall that this document's based on what I think 6, 7, maybe even 8 other communities use. So it's used in actually many of our neighboring communities. So let me see how others handle that section and how potentially more feedback can be received from those that I delegate to, so that the board could get a better read on that, and see if I can come back on October 19th when I'm giving the board the narrative self-evaluation and the update on the goals, and maybe provide an idea or a framework for how we might be able to address those concerns.
Yes, Mr. Carroll.
Yeah, and I just note for our colleague that every one of these items does have an NA selection. I think that if any one of us feels that we have not had sufficient exposure to one of these particular areas and can't, give it a numerical rating, well, we always have that option available to us. I hope we wouldn't, use it too much, but I think that we have that option available.
Well, if I can quote an often added phrase that real estate attorneys put in purchase and sale agreements as far as representations about a property, it's a representation to the best of your knowledge without any duty to investigate the matter. So, if you can do the duty, great. But if, it's something that's just not within your discretion to comment on, then that's what the action you can take. So we do have a motion on the table. Do we want to vote on the motion? Does anyone want to offer an amended motion? Yes, Ms. Carroll.
I move to amend the motion by accepting the town manager's proposed timeline with the proviso that the review will be for the 18-month, roughly 18-month period, and the request that the chair reach out to our former colleague to provide any feedback that he might be willing to provide as well to the review.
Sure.
I'd like to, oh, sorry, I was going to say second that, but if you're going to Mr. Diggins, that's fine.
Well, I was going to, because we do have a motion, would you like to withdraw your motion and continue with your motion?
No, I withdraw it, and I will, if it's appropriate for me to second Mr. Kuro's, I will. If otherwise, I'll let someone else do it.
No, you can. All
Then
right.
I.
And Mr. DeCoursey, you withdraw your second to Mr. Diggins?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So we have a motion by Mr. Kuro, second by Mr. Diggins. Attorney Heim?
Mrs. Mahan,
Yes.
Mr. DeCoursey,
Yes.
Mr. Diggins,
Yes.
Mr. Kuro,
Yes.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes.
It's unanimous vote.
All right. And so we already disposed of item number 11 on our agenda. So that brings us to item number 12, presentations from marijuana establishment host community license applicants.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I move that we suspend our 11 o'clock rule and shift it to midnight.
All right. And we have a motion to suspend our 11 o'clock cap on our
Second.
meeting. Second by Mrs. Mahan. Attorney Heim?
Mrs. Mahan,
Yes, thank you.
Mr. DeCoursey,
Yes.
Mr. Diggins,
Yes.
Mr. Kuro,
Yes.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes.
It's unanimous vote.
Thank you. All right, so we have two presentations, one from Calyx Peak of Mass, Inc. of 2 Hampshire Street, Suite 100B, Foxborough, Massachusetts, by Edward Schmaltz, and a second by The Human Connection, LLC, 29 Florence Avenue, Arlington, Massachusetts, by Jared Glamsberger. So as before, both applicants will be afforded 20 minutes to make a presentation, after which the board will have a discussion and a vote if so appropriate. So Mr. Chapdelaine, can we promote the representatives of Calyx Peak?
Yeah, if I could ask all of the representatives of Calyx Peak to use the raise hand feature. I can see Mr. Schmaltz's name, but if everybody else could identify themselves, that'd be great.
Yep, so anyone that would like to speak on this matter, if you can use the raise hand feature on your Zoom application.
Okay, so I think we have Mr. Schmaltz and Mr. DiAgostino.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Pete D'Agostino with 10X Strategies. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. And just
Great.
want to.
Well, I appreciate the board's time and attention and the long night that you've had. So we'll certainly do our best to keep it moving. Just by way of background for board members that weren't here about a year ago, Calyx Peak applied under the first RFI process, and ultimately our location ended up being too close to another approved applicant who got approved that night, which was Apotheca. We ended up being, I think, 1,997 feet from that location. And as such, we fell below the 2,000 foot criteria and weren't able to move forward. At the time, the select board had invited us to continue to move through the process and to try and find another location, which we were glad to report that we were able to do. So we have been before the town and this board before. It was a good meeting. It was a positive meeting, but Apotheca did have standing at the time, and their location, once approved by the board that evening, took out a couple of applicants, not just us. So with that being said, I just wanted to give that background to the board for those who may be familiar with Calyx Peak and specifically Ed Schmaltz. So I'm going to turn it over to Ed, who's going to jump right into a PowerPoint we have. I know we put forward a fairly robust proposal. We have reviewed the comments that were provided to us by the town. And we thought just by way of helping to move the meeting along, we would respond to the comments initially, given that I assume you've reviewed those in detail and are seeking the same information that the departments are seeking. So we thought we would start with responding to the comments, go through the PowerPoint that we presented. We've done our best to not replicate or make you sit through the entire proposal again, given that the town's already reviewed it. And then open it up for questions, which is probably the most important, is to make sure we address any questions the board may have. So if that's acceptable to you, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to Ed to start the presentation.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ed? I think you're on mute, Ed.
Okay, how's that? Thanks, Pete.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, Town Select Board, town officials, and citizens of Arlington. Happy to be here this evening. As Pete mentioned, we did receive some comments from the town, and I'd like to go through. Is the presentation going to be shown?
And for the town manager, we can certainly share our screen if you don't have it.
I don't have it. I could bring it up. If you have it handy and you can do it, that's fine as well.
Yep.
I do. Do I have permission? Do you want to share your screen, Ed, just to make it simpler for yourself?
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay.
Famous last words. I've got the spinning wheel here. 1 second.
Let me know if you need it. I have it up as well.
Something's up here, Pete. I don't know why it's not letting me open it.
Okay. Well, I'll bring it up for everybody here. And just let me know when you're ready to go to the next slide.
Okay. All right, go to the next slide then. So a couple of the questions that came up, we tried to group them into buckets. So some clarification on plans for the building. Just to be crystal clear, we would tear down the existing structure and construct a new building on the parcel. Of course, we'd engage engineers and architects to do a traffic study and address all concerns in regard to the structure. Clarification on outreach. In accordance with the CCC, we would conduct a community outreach meeting. All citizens within 300 feet of the property would get notice. This would likely be a virtual meeting, of course, due to COVID. Next slide, Pete. Update on our progress in the Commonwealth. We recently received provisional permit for our cultivation and extraction facility in Worcester, Massachusetts, and we're seeking a host community agreement with the town of Swampscott. Clarification on sales to people under age 25. This is really driven by me. I've got 3 kids, 15, 12, and 10. And the medical science is pretty clear that cannabis is not good for the developing brain. Once a person's brain is fully developed, generally around 25, then cannabis is arguably less harmful to you than alcohol. So I feel strongly that as a company, we really want to target the 25 and older crowd, recognizing that the law requires us to serve a 21 or 22-year-old if they come to our store, but know that we're not going to be targeting those younger customers. I think that's particularly important in Boston with the heavy preponderance of in the Boston area with college students and universities. Okay, on to the proposal. We seek to operate an adult use marijuana retail establishment in the town of Arlington. The presentation will review the bullets here: overview, model, vision, safety, security, employee training, diversion, nuisance prevention, and lastly, the benefits to Arlington. I'm going to move through pretty quickly here. Calyx Peak of Massachusetts is part of Calyx Peak Companies. Calyx Peak Companies, we've raised over $57 million to date and put that to work in states in which we operate. We're committed to Massachusetts. Our corporate headquarters is in Foxborough, Mass. I'm the CEO. I'm there. Our CFO, Aaron, is there. Our Chief Brand Officer, Jen, is there. As mentioned, we have a host community agreement and a provisional permit from the CCC for Worcester, and we're working on another store up in Swampscott. We have a strong compliant record. This is extremely important to us. We take this responsibility very seriously. We have a responsibility to the town where we operate, to the employees, and to our investors to run a compliant business that adheres to all regulations. And it's something we've done in every state in which we operate. And the lastly, your retail experience. I've worked at, I ran FAO Schwartz, I've worked at Patagonia, I was on the board of REI. Additional members of our senior team have worked at major national retailers like It's Sugar and Talbot's. We have a strong crew of people who have a significant retail experience. And then in California, Nevada, and Ohio, where we operate, we've really gained some excellent knowledge about how to run a cannabis retail store. Next slide, Pete. As I mentioned, we're operational in Nevada and California. California, first harvest was 2018. We have a 235,000 square foot greenhouse facility in Santa Barbara County. We grow award-winning cannabis there. Many of the buyers of our wholesale products say it's among the best cannabis grown in California. We're very proud of that. Missouri, we were recently awarded 5 licenses, 3 cultivation, 1 manufacturing, and 1 retail in Kansas City. We're working to secure financing and begin to build out there. Nevada, with 22,000 square foot facility just outside Reno. And then Ohio, for those of you who were here last year, we've built out a terrific operation there. We were able to sell that to our minority operating partner, and that closed in August, where we had an estimated 20% market share in the state, and did a really good job getting out of the gates and working quickly in Ohio to secure that market share. We were the majority equity owner. Our minority equity owner stepped in and bought that from us. The team, I'm the CEO. I've been around branded consumer products my entire career. REI, Patagonia, FAO Schwartz. I think I'm most proud of my career of having worked at brands that stand for something and that really build a strong customer relationship that stands the test of time. Customers have a positive experience with the product and the service, and they come back. I think that's the most important thing to take away from this, is that's what we're trying to build here at Calyx Peak. I've been on a couple boards of retailers, REI, Vera Bradley, as well as some schools, and I enjoy all aspects of the business. Paul Song, our Chief Medical Officer, he's a biotech leader and a community activist, and you spend 5 minutes with the guy and you want him to be your doctor. He is highly motivated, and cannabis for him is personal. His father, in the last 2 years of his cancer journey, cannabis was the only product that improved his quality of life. So Paul has been committed to cannabis use in medical treatment ever since that very personal experience. Michael Bang is our Chief Investment Officer. He has senior roles at all of our operating companies and has an 18-year career in global financial institutions, including most recently as a manager director of Goldman Sachs, living in Seoul, Korea, and heading technical research for Goldman, including covering Samsung, a huge conglomerate with a very complex financial position. And then Mark Niedermeyer, a longtime and current resident of Massachusetts, VP of Institutional Trading at Knight Capital. He's got a background in nonprofit. He's worked for Boston Gives and the Light Foundation, and he'd be running our day-to-day community outreach program once we get up and started in Arlington. Our success is really going to be based on what's worked for us in the previous 3 states. We have a keen recognition that cannabis is complicated. You've got local compliance, you've got local regulation, you've got local communities. Everyone is different. And on top of that, you have the care and the safekeeping of this product, but you also have very traditional retail metrics. So that combination is complicated. And we've done it before. We've made some mistakes. We've learned from those mistakes, and we're excited about what we can bring to Massachusetts and particularly to Arlington. We like a vertical model where we grow because we grow very well and also sell at retail. We don't price at the top of the market. We price across all segments. We want to be able to sell and serve customers of all economic backgrounds. We strive ourselves for excellent customer service. In our store in Arlington, we, if selected, will have 6 point of sale terminals. Really want to avoid the negative customer experience of having a line, targeting 200 transactions a day. We're laying out the store to help us hit that throughput number very effectively. And then lastly, creating customer loyalty. I already mentioned that earlier, but having the right price value relationship, really thinking about the quality of the product and the quality of the service, all that results in a positive customer experience. And that customer experience starts when they drive in and park and ends at the transaction and when they leave the facility and go home and enjoy the product. The next slide shows 21 Summer Street, our proposed location. It's currently in use as a kind of an auto body shop. It presents a real opportunity, I think, to improve a neighborhood. It's an older building. It's a parking lot. There's no landscaping. There's no sidewalk. And we really think we can add a new storefront in keeping with the community, the tone of Arlington, with attractive landscaping, tasteful signage, and really be a part of the local community. My Patagonia background, I've taken a lot from it. At Patagonia, we always tried to make our retail stores a gift to the street. And that's what we're trying to do here, is really make something here that's going to accentuate the town and provide a compelling retail experience. The next slide here, a little bit of a typo in that first bullet point. It's not vacant. I was just meeting with John there, the landlord, a few weeks ago. But as I mentioned, we're going to enhance it with sidewalks, improve the parking, the egress, and the ingress there to make sure it's there are no traffic hazards. There's way more than 10 parking spaces, but we want to be conservative, and we're confident in the location as it's more than 500 feet away from schools and daycares, libraries, parks, and other marijuana establishments. The next slide shows at a high level the zoning map. You can see that little, thanks Pete, the little triangle is the lot in question. It's outside all buffer zones. Those are the gray and the dark gray. The next slide shows a little more detail zoomed in. Again, the buffer zone, it's a B4 zone, and you can see it meets all the parameters. Next slide. This is a design proposal for our Swampscott store. We wanted a design there that fit in with the existing local architecture. We hired a local architect who'd done a lot of work, both residential and commercial, in the town. It's a carriage house design, as you can see, a little Cape Cod style with some modern touches. And the location there is a residential commercial neighborhood. And we felt this really fit in well, and we think it's going to be a great member of the local community. So imagine that store placed on this lot here. We could tuck it back up in the top or off to the left here, depending on the traffic studies. Really important here, there's an intersection just down to the right. We want to be sure that traffic coming and going, we don't impede traffic, but people have easy access, safe in and safe out of the parking lot. Safety and security plan. Again, similar to what we've learned from our existing operations that so far are incident-free. And I think it's important to note that even though we have operations in 3 states, we're not coming in here cocky and thinking that we know everything. Those existing operations certainly give us some experience and an awareness of the importance of these issues and a process, but I want to stress the importance of every state and every location is different. And that's the attitude that we will bring to Arlington. Security guard during all hours of operation. We'll set up a security and emergency response plan with the Arlington Police Department right from the get-go. We provide extensive training to our employees, very safe and secure storage for product. commercial grade alarm systems, redundant intrusion detection, backup system. It's Massachusetts. We've got hurricanes, thunderstorms, blizzards, wintry mix, all these things that can cause power outages that can't be an opportunity for the bad guys to take advantage and come to the store. So we've got to make sure that we're ready and functional all the time. And then lastly, the last line, a secure wholesale delivery environment. We're looking at something we've got planned for Swampscott, where a delivery van will actually drive right into a garage. The door will close in the store and the delivery will occur discreetly, very safely and securely. The product will be put away, the van will be locked up again, the door goes up and the van drives out. So we really like that, particularly in a neighborhood where it may be some of the neighbors don't want to see a cannabis truck bringing in boxes of product into a store. I'm sensitive to my time here, so I'm going to quickly go over the rest of this. Preventing diversion is extremely important. Obviously, we'll work closely with the Arlington Police. I mentioned training. This third bullet's important, a culture of compliance. You got to make compliance cool. It can't be just a burden on everybody. It has to be something that everybody does. If you see something, say something. It's important for the operation, for people's jobs, and for the safety of the community. All CCC requirements will be adhered to. Tracking inventory. Massachusetts uses metric. We use that in California, Nevada, and Ohio. So our team has extensive experience with it. We use it every day, and we're well versed in metric and the ability to control the inventory that way. And then lastly, very important, there's no 3 strikes here. If any member of the team distributes cannabis intentionally or negligently to an individual under 21, they're terminated. This is really important to us as an organization. Nuisance prevention. Again, wanting to be a gift to the street also implies you're a good neighbor. So we're putting the local community first. We want to make sure we don't allow disturbance of the peace. Public consumption outside is forbidden. Any illegal drug activity under state and local laws, littering, loitering, and we're going to work like heck to make sure that queuing of patrons and cars doesn't get in the way of day-to-day traffic. And then lastly, the benefits to Arlington. We want to build a dynamic retail establishment. And if we do that, the host community agreement will provide the town of Arlington with authority to direct funds to its choosing. Increased tax revenue that we pay to the state comes back to Arlington through local option agreements. We'll participate in local civic and business associations. Support for local charitable institutions is something we do right now. Our team out in California participated in a beach cleanup just last Saturday. We've painted outdoor furniture in parks and schools for the local community of Carpinteria. So this is something we do even without a host community agreement. Robust community outreach program, I've mentioned that. Well-paying salaried jobs with a preference to hire local and a diverse workforce. We've done this in every place we operate. We really try to make sure we hire local people rather than bring in new people from outside unless we can't find the skills that are required for the job. We estimate 18 full-time positions with benefits. We're hearing in California that people say, I like to work for Calyx instead of another company because they provide benefits. I think this is extremely important. With a payroll of about $800,000.
Mr. Schmaltz, I have you just about at 21 minutes.
All right, I want to make sure if we attract the best people, we'll be able to provide the best experience for our customers and for the town.
Thank you. All right, I will turn to the board for any questions, comments at this time. Mr. Carroll.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming back. Appreciate you hanging in there with us to this late hour. In your presentation, you had noted that you're looking at about 200, I guess, transactions per day. Is that an average, I assume? And,
yes. There would be peak times, obviously Friday afternoon, maybe weekends, and then slower times.
That's what I was wondering. I mean, what your experience in modeling sees as peak days, peak hours, and how, based on your experience, I mean, how variable is the flow?
Well, it's like any retail. So certainly Friday afternoons and weekends are going to be more busy. Your peak days are going to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and those will shift a little bit on holiday weekends and things like that. So you plan your staffing and your inventory levels accordingly. But again, I want to stress every location is different. So it'll take us some time to get what's the Arlington cadence in terms of how people come. And then we'll look very carefully at making sure, gosh, if we have a 400 transaction day, how do we handle that traffic? That's all part of the planning process to make sure, one, the customers have a positive experience in the store, and two, that we don't gum up traffic on the street. And that's something that we take very seriously.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of what I'm kind of getting at, because you are in close proximity to a major intersection there.
Yes.
And I don't believe we allow any on-street parking on that street there. So you mentioned 10 plus parking spaces at the location, and I worry about the ability to accommodate that. I don't know how long a typical customer visit lasts.
It's probably about 15 or 17 minutes. And if you look at the picture that we showed earlier, I counted 30 spots along the perimeter, all those cars that were laid out there. And then you had the building, and there was still plenty of empty space. So a traffic engineer, I think, could get in there. Again, I don't want to claim 30 spaces and have there be 28. So we said 10 plus. I would expect we would have in excess of 20 spots. So if you do the math around 200 transactions a day, you say the store's open 10 hours, that's 20 parking spots an hour. It actually works out that you'd be able to do that. And then on those peak days, we'd have to think about, okay, the shopper who comes in or knows what he or she wants and comes in and gets out in 7 minutes. The real shopper who's coming in and trying to think and understand and learn, that needs to take more time. We always say that good retail does fast what needs to be fast, which is typically the transaction, and does slow what needs to be slow, which is that customer interaction where someone can learn and not feel rushed. So other states, they allow curbside pickup. They do all these other kinds of things that I suspect are coming. So those are tools that we can take a look at to make sure that we speed the customers through effectively and do it in a way that doesn't impact the local neighborhood.
Great, thank you. So you may have mentioned it. What kind of partnerships have you had with kind of youth substance abuse prevention programs?
We've identified several in this licensing process, but we haven't jumped into that yet. It's interesting in California, some of them don't want to take funds from a cannabis company. Some of them do. Some of the schools don't want us to do any projects for them. So we're very sensitive to this. There's a number of great organizations in and around the Boston area. And what I want to do is leave that to the operating team, the store manager, and the store staff. I think it's really important, if you're going to be a local store and participate in a local community, let the people who work in that community every day make those decisions. I could say, I got 3 charities and I want you to support these 3. And then it's just me doing that, right? Much better to have the people on the ground there share their passion and say, hey, if we're going to provide time, if we're going to provide money to local charities, we'd like a say in selecting them. And so that's what we plan to do.
Yeah, and just to be clear, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not talking about money or cash flow, because we can only negotiate what we can negotiate within the realm of the host community agreement. I'm just talking about partnerships. For example, I'll just give you for example. Our Youth Health and Safety Coalition in the past has partnered with some of the local liquor stores on informational outreach. Now, in that case, it was the Sticker Shock campaign to remind people about age restriction or whatnot. But those types of informational campaigns, such as you said, you have an interest in this.
Yes.
and a recognition of some of the potentially deleterious effects of cannabis use under
Particularly
25.
for young people. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I just have one last question for, I think this is for council, and I don't know if through you, Mr. Chair, if council might have a ready answer, but in computing the buffer zones, do the Sims Woods come into play at all where they're under a conservation restriction that the town is a party to?
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes.
So with respect to the buffer zones that we're discussing under section 8.3 of the zoning bylaw, I don't believe those play a factor. I don't believe they're one of the items enumerated as being subject to buffer zones. Whether or not there's any implication with respect to any conservation restrictions generally, I think that would have to be left to the special permitting process. I think I understand what you're saying. I don't think.
Yeah, I just didn't know if they
playgrounds, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't believe those are considered playgrounds.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll.
Mrs. Mahan?
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Of my questions, a couple of them probably might be a yes or no answer, starting with this first one. In terms of noticing neighbors within 300 feet, I understand you're going to post in local newspapers, but neighbors within 300 feet would get a mailing.
They would, yes.
Okay. And then I have this on my laptop, but it's not pulling up. It's my understanding from your submission that Mr. Niedermeyer would be the person who's full-time day-to-day role, but I'm imagining he's not going to be there all 7 days of the week.
He'll be there. Well, he'll be doing that for all of Massachusetts for our 2 stores and the cultivation center. So he will move through those 3 points in our office in Foxborough. So he's likely to be there. I mean, it'll vary week to week, but multiple times a week.
So in your model, do you have someone that's sort of designated as more of the full-time person here in Arlington, and who would that person be?
For community outreach?
No, I'm sorry, I'm mixing up community outreach for day-to-day operations.
No, there's a full-time operations manager there, a full-time compliance person, store assistant managers, security staff, inventory control. Yeah, that's that 18 people. I would think rarely would all 18 be there because it's retail. You'll have staff coming and going, but the full complement is we anticipate is 18 people.
And to that end, I know you estimate 18 full-time people. Is that going to be closer to full-time people or closer to all the part-time people added up equal to 18 full-time people?
Good question. So retail, to cover schedules, you often need some part-time people in there to manage. But for example, I think we have 6 security people in there. You wouldn't have all 6 security people on there. There'd be a morning shift and an afternoon and evening shift to make sure you have someone there every time. So maybe there's 2 security people there all the time, but you have 6 that manage that coverage. And the same thing would apply with inventory control, but the operations manager would be there every day, likely the whole time. It's a tough job, and it's the highest paying job on the store, but it's vital for the success of the operation.
And do you envision perhaps either 2 full-time or a full-time, part-time operations manager in terms of you have Monday through Friday, you have Saturday, Sunday, or do you envision 2 full-time people that have some overlap?
Well, there's 1 senior person, and then he or she would have kind of an assistant manager who would provide coverage when he or she was not there. So that's the way it typically works in a retail store. What tends to happen over time is the full-time senior person tends to get the weekends and lets the assistant manager cover Saturday and Sunday, depending on their family situation. It's often a bone of contention in retail.
Okay. And then in terms of ID and verification of customers coming to the store, at what point does that happen? Like how far into the establishment do they get where that process happens? Or
Before
when
they
does
get
that
in.
process?
Before they get into the establishment. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
before they even cross the threshold of the door.
Yeah, under the CCC regulations, they can't enter the retail store until their age has been verified. So not only is KLSP committed to that, but the state certainly wouldn't allow it.
Okay. And then my last question is similar to that vein. If someone comes to Calix, presents their identification, and you deem it to be not legal, fake ID or whatever, how do you handle that in terms of do you take and verify it that it's not legal and you just confiscate the illegal ID, or what do you do with someone that presents something that's not a legal ID? How do you turn them away? Or
We would stop them at the, you know, as Pete said, before they got to the door. That's what our security team is. It's one of their tasks would be to do that. Likely the store manager would come out to confirm, and, you know, he or she would hopefully would explain, hey, you know, we don't believe this is legitimate, and we're going to refuse you admission per our right under the regulations. And hopefully it's that. If the person gets very upset, then, you know, we'd have security and escalate up a series of established protocols. But typically, if people try to get in and their card doesn't work, they go away.
okay, and just to that, will be my last comment is, I would just communicate with our Arlington Police Department in terms of what their policy procedures are in terms of confiscating any fake IDs, which is basically double check with them, but turning it, not doing anything with the individual, but what the proper reporting procedure is, and delivering
Because
that.
it will happen. It
Okay.
will happen, Ms. Mahana. It will. And yes, we'll have procedures to follow in accordance with the local and state regulations. Yep.
Okay, and I've had the same communication with our malt liquor, all alcohol package stores here in Arlington, because there is a process, and I'll let the police department outline that, because that helps deter it. In you know, they can kind of figure out where maybe it came from and do whatever investigation they need to do. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Hurd.
Mr. Diggins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and having participated in the marijuana study group and reading the application thoroughly, having a lot of discussion with the members of the group. I don't really have any questions, but my curiosity is getting the best of me. You mentioned something about how you learned something from past mistakes. So if you could just like give me one example or so, you can keep it very short, of something that you've learned, that you could apply in this situation. I'm curious. Thank you.
So there's, goodness, a number of things. This is something I saw at Patagonia when I worked there, right? You had a lot of passionate people who love to surf and climb and do all those things. And so they came to Patagonia to work there. But what they came to do was to surf and to climb, not to work. And so we had a real problem kind of sorting the wheat from the chaff, if you will. And people would come through, great, when do we surf? And I would say, well, next year, after you've proven yourself by working your tail off for the next 12 months, and you've developed those relationships that allow you to take a little longer lunch than you normally would. So I think that's an element here. The people who are really passionate about the plant, who grew it in the black market and in their garage, kind of think it's a lifestyle choice to work at a cannabis company. And there is an element of that for sure, but it's also a job with customers that we have to be there for. So you have to show up on time, you have to work effectively and work efficiently. And you've got to get that right mix of people who are passionate and can adhere to schedules and produce at a level of quality and efficiency that enhances a customer experience. So that's one powerful lesson that we've really learned.
Thank you very much. Satisfied my curiosity.
Mr. Jacoursi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I want to thank you both for sticking with us tonight. It's one thing we've been consistent with both of our hearings is that they run very late. The good news tonight is the room is at 90 degrees, the way it was in May of 2019.
I do remember that. I do remember that room. But I thank all you guys for staying late and working hard. It's great to see American democracy at work. So
great. Thank you very much. So just one question, and some of the others that I have been answered. But in terms of outreach, and outreach, if you are selected, is going to be very important given your location. And I wasn't clear in Swampscott where you were in the process, but you did mention you would be in a residential neighborhood. So are you at a point where you've had community outreach, and if you have, you know, what you've done there that you would propose doing in Arlington that would be helpful?
Yeah, well, we did the just what we wrote in our proposal here this evening. We noticed out in the mail and through newspaper and community notices for a virtual meeting. I must say I was hopeful that we could do it in person, but due to COVID, you couldn't. We had a oh gosh, Pete, what do you think? About 30, 35 people?
Yeah, we had about 30, 35 people. Just to give you a sense of the location, the front street is a main thoroughfare, if you will. It's our location as a commercial district. Right next to us is the VFW. And then our direct abutters are all residents from behind the store. So it's very similar laydown. When I say demographic, I mean that only related to commercial versus residential. It's almost identical, whereas all the surrounding abutters, except for one, were residents. We had about 35 folks come out. We spent over 2 hours on our virtual meeting with them. We went through, you know, all their concerns, because certainly they're learning it, some cases for the first time. We went through all of those items with them. We then worked with the board to address you know, what some of the concerns were. And a lot of the concerns, quite frankly, were related to things they had seen done in other communities. So it wasn't necessarily related to Calyx or Swampscott even. It was related to things they saw in other communities that they didn't want to see in their town. So we did that process. There was then an on-site meeting that occurred in which we actually physically walked through it. The Board of Selectmen did that meeting in their community. And then that really, once the neighbors had that level of engagement and the full plan was presented to them, we did a lot more with drawings and things than we did tonight, and we would do the same here. The last concern left was snow removal by the state, because I guess they used our parking lot. Certainly they weren't supposed to be. So the neighbors wanted to make sure the snow wasn't going to get pushed into their driveway instead of our driveway. So my point is that yes, there's a process. We probably spent a total of 3 or 4 hours with the neighbors through virtual meetings over the course of a couple of nights. And at the end of the day, we had a lot of support for the company, quite frankly. But you have to have those discussions, and you have to really listen to what's important to the neighbors. And I think Ed addressed that when he said every town's different. What worked in Swampscott may not even matter to folks in Arlington. We're aware of that. So that first round of engagement, that community outreach meeting, really is the foundation for where the direction goes. And the neighbors pick that. You know, they're the ones that are going to tell us, hey, we know you guys are a great company. You did this, you did that. We've read all these things. That's all great. But here's what I care about. And that's what you're left to deal with, is what the neighbors haven't learned on their own that we can fill in the blanks on. So that's the process that we normally follow. And I will tell you that in addition to the meeting notices both of you mentioned, we also will notice the town clerk. We're happy for the town to post that on their social media. It's not an issue for us. But we will notice the town as well, so that the town could put that out through their distribution channels of notices, certainly on the town website. And then we typically also will ask the town if we can host our presentation. The CCC requires we post it 24 hours in advance of the meeting, the PowerPoint, and we normally ask the town if we can post it there, because people typically go to the town website to find information. And if we did it on our own site, they most likely would never find it. So that's something we do proactively, so people have access to the information, because that's what makes the conversation go well, quite frankly.
Great, thank you. And just one other question, and this proposal is somewhat unique as compared with prior ones, in that you'll be constructing a new building if approved. I'm just wondering how the footprint of the new building compares to the existing building there as proposed right now?
Well, we'll work carefully with the town and the zoning and the permitting, right? There's a couple ways to do it. Speed is going to be important to us. So we'll work through with the town planners on the footprint. If it may be easiest just to mirror that existing footprint and get a store up, in which case that is likely what we'd be able to do.
Yeah, and maybe I should have been clear. Just in terms of scope, even if it's on a different part of the site, is it comparable in size? Would it be comparable in size to what's there now? Or
yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
That's
We're
fine.
not
I'm
looking to
sorry
build
for
a
the
Taj
confusion.
Mahal. No. Yeah. We're looking to build a functional store that fits in. Yeah, I think 3,000 square feet plus or minus 2,500, somewhere in there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, just like to thank you for the presentation. Thanks for sticking with us at the late hour and coming back. I know a lot of board members that heard your original presentation were impressed with Calyx Peak and the process that you have. I don't have any questions, but just, a couple comments. One being, I actually really like this site, and it is a difficult intersection, which I think and board members and members of the public have expressed. But we all know this location to have the building and the gas tanks, and then many, many cars and trucks. I think once you clear out what's there, you have a really large footprint to work off of. And so I think that you're going to come up with many more than 10 parking spaces.
Yes.
And I think this time around, you have the benefit of where before we're all new to the idea of marijuana establishment, and we had a worst case scenario in our head when we're hearing applications before. Now you have a benefit of one of your potential future competitors, but who's operating right now, and they're open, and we can see how it operates. And I've gone by, I haven't seen any instances with that establishment of people queuing down the street or any traffic issues. So I don't know that is something that's anticipated at this location. And I also walked through the establishment, and I think in many ways the business that you guys are proposing and the background that you have is similar to the establishment that's there. And I was pretty satisfied with the what was proposed, and it seems to mirror what you guys have going on here too. So as we can see, a working marijuana establishment, I think based on what you have here, you have a good location, and I'm excited to see what you can do with the property if you do in fact get the community host agreement.
Great.
So by a look at the board, do we have any other additional questions or comments at this time? All right, thank you. And we will move on and invite members.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. The Human Connection to be promoted. As before, if anyone wishing to speak from the Human Connection can just use the raise hand function. All right. And Attorney Mensing, are you going to take the lead?
Good evening. John Leone, I'm attorney in Arlington. I'm representing Jared Gensberger, the owner and promoter for the Human Connection. Jared is a Arlington resident. He has been for many years. He lives up on Florence Ave. Based on that and what we consider to be a very good location, we think that Jared has a priority based on being an Arlington resident and going to be promoting Arlington citizens as his primary employees. I'll let him introduce himself and then go through his presentation. Then we'll answer any questions that the board may have of us. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, guys. Thanks for staying up late with us. So thank you, select board members, for giving us the opportunity to present our application to the town. And actually, is everybody able to see the presentation already?
Yes, I believe we will. Yep.
Okay, great. So the presentation follows three main sections: update since application, overview of our application, and clarification on feedback. So we'll begin with updates since application. We've been busy since submitting our application, and I'd like to highlight the progress we've made. In my personal capacity, not as the human connection, I've negotiated acquisition of controlling interest in DMCTC, or DMC, a Pioneer Valley-based provisional medical license. DMCTC holds host community agreements with Agawam and Whately, Mass, where we plan to site a retail and processing facility and outdoor and greenhouse cultivation facilities, respectively. In Whately, where we're breaking ground, we'll be keeping Massachusetts' traditional agricultural communities growing, cultivating cannabis in soil with sun on a former organic farm in what we believe is Massachusetts' most fertile farmland. As the human connection, we'd look forward to having DMCTC's sun and soil grown products on our shelves, in addition to products from other independent Massachusetts producers. We've additionally been advising other Arlington residents interested in pursuing cannabis-related businesses in the area, especially in manufacturing. So let's take a look at what we're up to. So DMC has a 20+ acre farm in Whately, where we're putting up 45,000 square feet of greenhouses and 75,000 square feet of sun-grown canopy. For background, the CCC, seeing the intensive energy use of traditional indoor cultivators, has offered operators like us with greater environmental stewardship of the land an expedited path to licensure, so we expect to be planting as of Q2 of next year. In Agawam, DMCTC intends to put up a dispensary and processing facility. And I would note that Agawam is a relatively conservative town in the Massachusetts political landscape, and they've entrusted our team with their single host community agreement. Okay, so those are the updates. Let's turn now to the application. While I was working on all of this through DMCTC, I was at a neighborhood 6 feet at 6 p.m. Porch check-in during the early months of the pandemic, and heard Arlington was having a second round of applications. I saw an opportunity to apply the operating, investing, and consulting work I was doing in the cannabis industry closer to home. In connecting over the idea with neighbors, I found people were excited about both contributing skills and experience to the project and potentially becoming co-owners and co-investors. The human connection is an opportunity to not only bring jobs and investment to town, but to keep more of the rewards of success local as well. Because this project is about our neighborhood and began with neighbors, I thought it was fitting to keep the human connection at the center of the mission. We're called the human connection because at its best, cannabis is about elevating the human experience, not intermediated by technology, living better, more connected lives. We have 9 core values that align broadly with Arlington's qualitative assessment of applicants. And I'll just go through a few of them since we'll see them demonstrated in the presentation. Number 1, human roots, which refers to our relevant business experience in Arlington and Massachusetts, and our approach to supporting our local community with new economic opportunities, especially in the time of COVID-19. We know that when the winds blow hard, the plants with the deepest roots survive, and no one will be more deeply rooted in town or committed to successful partnership with the town than an entire enterprise organized, counseled, designed, employed, and fostered by residents. Number 2, human harmony, where we've approached our location, traffic, parking, and queuing management systems with the thoughtfulness of neighbors who've experienced challenging traffic and intersections in town, and a strong intent to ensure neighbors are undisturbed. Number 3, human environment, where we've taken inspiration from the unique character, culture, and history of Arlington in our design choices and look forward to having the town reflected in the way our store looks. We've provided a top 12 list of reasons why we're the right fit for Arlington, and I'll go through some of those quickly. The leadership has extensive cannabis experience in Massachusetts and around the country. We've got the national network to ensure we succeed, strong connections with other cannabis companies in the Commonwealth, and the local connections to create opportunity for fellow Arlington residents. We have a high ability to succeed in our application, with as much success in getting host community agreements and facilities underway as much larger competitors. We're a part of the Arlington community already, and although we have well-worn paths to outside capital, which we can go to, Arlington residents are participating as both managers and owners. We've operated, invested in, and led cannabis operations around the country and have a high ability to succeed in our business plan. Our site is the ideal space for this use. With existing retail, a large private lot to address queues, ample parking, existing automotive and non-automotive traffic. Importantly, as a parent in Arlington, we have a special commitment to youth safety, abuse prevention, and community education about the risks of consumption. We believe strongly in compassionate care and folks' recreational use of cannabis, and also have concerns about ensuring responsible use. As team leaders, we're focused on the continuing education and training of our workforce, ensuring continued improvement of the customer experience, compliance, and security. We're committed to diverse hiring and local recruitment. We're especially looking to hire veterans, women, and people of color, folks already living in our community who have just lost jobs due to COVID, and importantly, to hire a staff that represents the community and customers that we serve. We're excited that Arlington takes its commitment to support the local business community seriously by creating this Group A priority status. With 100% of the human connection owned by Arlington residents, we qualify as Group A priority candidates. For reference, priority, the word priority means a great deal in cannabis, especially in similar communities that have held similar competitive bidding processes and whose town leadership have opted in to a tiered priority system. Cambridge, for instance, allows priority applicants to be within 1,800 feet of other similar adult use retailers. Somerville and Waltham won't even allow non-priority candidates to be permitted until an equal number of high priority candidates are themselves permitted. So we appreciate this priority candidacy. So we turn now to what the store is going to look like. It's human environment. As residents, we take inspiration from the town's unique character, culture, and history. We take aesthetic inspiration from Baylich 5 and Dime, which was in the Heights since 1954, Midas Compounding Pharmacy in East Arlington, which has been in town since 1933, and images of my family's ice cream and cigar shop from the 20s. These are or were family-owned institutions with deep roots in community that emphasize providing customer service specific to the community and individual customers. And you'll see what we've done with those. We're inspired by the aesthetic of those spaces, as well as their attention to customer service and integration in the community, and hope to maintain the unique character, culture, and history of Arlington by paying homage to them in our new space. Our aesthetic will be to create a modern, retro bodega pharmacy, similar to other successful dispensary designs elsewhere around North America. We're in touch with Arlington's own Rachel Zemberry, a leader in the design firm Bergmeyer's Boston office, about collaborating on design and planning for our own site in town. And you'll see what Bergmeyer has been involved with next. So Bergmeyer designed the Superette, which is a dispensary up in Ontario. We're also interested in Uncle Ike's, which is a high-performing dispensary out in Seattle, Washington. All right, so let's get into our space. Our site is the ideal space suited for this use, as John Hurd mentioned in the prior 2019 discussion. It already hosts national and local retailers, so it has a large screened lot with ample parking. It's served by a number of well-traveled bus routes and would be the closest dispensary by walking or bike to Alewife, so it would have reduced demand on the parking lot relative to other dispensaries. The site is in line with the town's principle of avoiding being located within primarily residential districts, with the dispensary shielded from the street. Okay, and this is one of my favorite. We'll preemptively manage traffic and parking, especially in the opening weeks of the store. We'll open by appointment only, using the Qless appointment app to better gauge traffic and demand. Subject to need, we'll hire additional staff as parking attendants. And of course, the strongest parking management system is not to require a car for access, by seeking to attract customers who don't need parking. And we're the best positioned Arlington location to do that with our access to public transportation. Further, we have a 9-point plan to proactively manage traffic and parking on an ongoing basis, including overstaffing the store until customer traffic normalizes, placing associates on the floor to discuss menu options, using runners to gather orders, allowing customers to order from phone in store, discounts for pre-orders and prepay, using incentives to pull customers to off-peak hours, et cetera, et cetera. And excuse me if I'm going quickly, but I know my time is short here. We have a strong relationship with our landlord and a commitment to work together to find the ideal spot on site to place our dispensary. We've discussed multiple options, including building additional retail space in the large underused lot in the back, or a preemptive right to Buzzies, which would allow us to rent the space before the location was made available to the public. If we were to be in the Buzzy space, we'd be over 2,000 feet from the nearest applicant and over 2,200 feet as measured from curb cut in the property line to curb cut in the property line. The site has surplus parking as estimated by current uses on site. I counted myself 120 parking spots, and there's additional on-street parking out front. There's parking nearby at the vehicular-oriented businesses across the street. And again, we have the best access to public transportation and bike paths of locations in Arlington. With existing average annual daily traffic of approximately 15,000 in 2019 as measured by MassDOT, plus expensive bus access, Alewife, the bike path, nearby residential communities, we're likely to add terminal stops to existing traffic patterns rather than to add traffic load to the street. Lastly, we wouldn't be visible to cars on Mass Ave. We'd have modest signage in conformity with state and town regulations, and I'll show you the logo that a local graphic designer we hired came up with later. I think it's useful to compare the two proposed sites side by side. So both are zoned appropriately, but the Mass Ave site, our site, is in a primarily commercial neighborhood, zoned as a major business area with other retail uses. The Summer Street site is a primarily residential neighborhood, which is a major concern in the background material to the discussion on zoning, where all abutters and abutters and so on are all residential. The Mass Ave site primarily has other business zoned abutters and is well screened, set back from residential neighbors. It's also considerably larger than Summer Street. The Mass Ave site has well over 100 spaces, terrific access to public transportation and bike paths, and has significant excess parking. After reconfiguration, Summer Street is estimated to have approximately 10 spaces is what they said in the presentation, perhaps more. The Mass Ave site is already retail oriented with existing supportive traffic patterns, which would not need to change to support the site. Using the Summer Street site, which is currently vehicular oriented as a used car lot, for a retail cannabis dispensary would constitute a dramatic change in the use and likely a commensurate dramatic change to traffic patterns at an already tricky intersection. Given the larger, more secluded, entirely business-oriented lot for Mass Ave, we have more room for social distancing. Summer Street's smaller lot and proximity to residential neighbors may create challenges for residential neighbors seeking access to homes and is likely to affect traffic patterns. All right, so now let's turn to security and compliance. Human security. Given my limited time, I'll make just a few notes with regard to security and compliance. We take security and compliance incredibly seriously, especially being residents in town. If an event were to occur at the site, no other owners could be closer to respond than us. With regard to security and compliance, we're a continuous learning organization, and employees are trained and retrained on all aspects of the shop's security practices. Everything from role-playing difficult scenarios, like Ms. Mahan discussed with customers, to ensuring that all products are placed on the sales counter prior to sale to ensure that cameras can record the transaction. Violation of security or compliance protocol is grounds for immediate termination. The store is monitored by security cameras with feeds made available to APD. We'll have access controls for employees for secure areas in the store, a commercial grade alarm system, and other security technologies. The store will be designed with common sense, focused on safety emergencies, with spaces and turns in the store designed to be large enough for emergency responders to navigate easily. Okay. Again, my time being limited, I'll say that we will ensure we are in compliance with Massachusetts regulations, including use of the metric seed to sale tracking system to monitor the exact quantities and locations of all products, recording of all intake operations by video surveillance, reweighing, re-inventorying, and reaccounting for, on video, all marijuana products transported within 8 hours of arrival. We anticipate several types of internal audits at regular intervals, including daily inventory audits to reconcile sales and inventory, weekly inventory re-audits by the store manager, monthly audits performed by bookkeeping, monthly audits of our equipment and sales data to ensure they aren't compromised, quarterly third-party audits by accounting, and annual review of our financial statements. All of this to make sure that we are keeping ourselves on track. All right, turning now to human education, one of our values here. Youth safety, abuse prevention, and community education. As Spy Ponders, we have a special desire to work on youth and prevention education services, and we'll look to work with the town to support community education programs on public health and drug abuse prevention, especially targeting youth use prevention programs. Separately, increasing research is being done on the therapeutic use of marijuana, as recognized in the debilitating medical conditions for which the state allows medical cards to be granted. We'll work with the town, Council on Aging, and local senior living facilities to provide medical science-backed information on the therapeutic use of marijuana. How do you use it? How do you use it safely? And again, we believe strongly in compassionate care, but have significant concerns about ensuring responsible use. We'd like to work with APD on drug recognition expert training to ensure they are able to identify drivers and others operating under the influence. Continuing in this vein, and further addressing restrictions on consumption, we'll produce literature which will be used in the orientation of new customers and provided to them with sale. The material will be made available to customers in the waiting vestibule and elsewhere, and staff will be trained to communicate this material as part of the sale process. All right, an issue especially close to home. We will seek to recruit staff from Arlington, especially those who've had employment impacted by COVID-19. It's of utmost importance to us that we hire a staff that represents the diversity of the community and customers who we serve, and will participate in the CCC Social Equity Connector program. We've set internal goals for ourselves regarding hiring women, people of color, and other communities we wish to make sure are represented in the workforce. We turn now to the business plan. So suffice it to say, Massachusetts cannabis is growing quickly. However, there are few stores in Massachusetts relative to demand, and there are even fewer stores in our geographic area. Cannabis sales have experienced rapid growth with a few interruptions. And I think it's important just to note that sales were halted during the early days of the COVID crisis and have bounced back stronger than ever. Based on zoning in place in neighboring towns, we think conservatively, an addressable market of around 60,000 total residents, and using sales per capita from more developed markets adjusted for Massachusetts cost of living, historical daily averages, and consumption mixes from the CCC open data platform, we estimate an addressable market of about 21 million people, $21 million for Arlington. Of note, we believe the historical average customer ticket for Massachusetts adjusted for Arlington's cost of living is somewhere around $60, which is much lower than other applicants are modeling. So other applicants have used higher average ticket numbers, which holding revenue constant would reduce the average daily number of customers they're modeling. Or holding the average daily number of customers constant would increase their top line sales and therefore their municipal revenue. Either way, we feel our modeling is more conservative and that we're likely to underpromise and overperform with regard to municipal income and overperform with regard to traffic management, given our more conservative modeling. All right, so living near the Rehabilitation Center on Park Ave, I'm keenly aware of early morning deliveries and wanting to avoid disturbing neighbors. We've chosen not to operate in the allowable morning hours to further avoid waking neighbors with deliveries. We do plan to operate 7 days a week on a consistent schedule and anticipate approximately 50% of our total sales to occur on Friday through Saturday, in line with Massachusetts historical averages. We look forward to work with the ARB, Arlington Board of Health, and all municipal departments to ensure our proposed facility complies with state and local laws and will pass environmental design review standards. We've hired local counsel with experience in Arlington and are in discussion with design and engineering firms with a similar level of familiarity with Arlington. We have a full suite of professional services relationships on which to call. And as described, we've already begun hiring local for our current professional services, including graphic design. Finally, I'm an Arlington resident, an active entrepreneur in the cannabis space. In previous lives, I owned and ran an economic development consultancy with dozens of staff in Asia, which I ran out of my Arlington office. I was a management consultant to the highly regulated biotech and pharmaceutical industries here in Boston. I graduated from the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, was a Fulbright Scholar at the Tsinghua Law School in Beijing, and graduated from Cornell. We've retained John Leone of Leone Leone who has extensive experience representing applicants in municipal licensing and zoning matters, especially here in Arlington. We've also retained Blake Mensing of the Mensing Group, who previously represented municipalities in the Commonwealth and now is counsel to many cannabis companies operating or seeking licensure in Massachusetts. How am I doing on time? Oop, John, I think you're muted.
I have you just over 20 minutes.
Okay, so the next section is clarification on feedback, and I imagine that we'll get into that with some of the questions.
Okay. Sorry about that. All right. Let me turn to the board. Mr. Diggins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, if you could just expand on the concerns that we had about financing, that'll be it for me.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So going back to the sites that we're looking at on the property, we're looking at a much smaller site. So we're looking at about 1,200 square feet. It's existing retail, and that requires significantly less build out costs than others. So other folks were looking at much larger sites or tearing down and rebuilding entire new structures. And so that allows us to operate at a much lower budget. And again, if larger footprint sites become available, we're happy to revise our budget upwards. And this is coming out of modeling from retail stores that we've put together elsewhere in the Commonwealth.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Mr. Corsi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. Given the presentation, I think earlier discussion, 369 Mass Ave is now off the table. Is that right? As far as a proposed location?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And 23 to 35 Mass Ave, you mentioned alternative sites within the parcel, but is Buzzy's the site you're presenting to us, or is it unknown right now?
So we have a strong commitment from the landlord to work together on this. And so he's very cooperative, wants to find something that will work. There is the question of the density buffer. And so we would be happy to work with the town to find the right spot on 2335. We'd be happy to work with the town to find an alternative location. But on 2335, assuming that the density buffer cannot budge, yes, then that's what we're focused on. I would note that in reviewing some of the prior select board meetings, I did hear town council highlight at least the intent for the ARB to have authority to allow for exceptions for the density buffer in the select board's March 25th, 2019 meeting, where it was said, it should be noted that the ARB does allow for exceptions to be made to the buffer zone under certain circumstances if the density buffer would not serve a real purpose. And so I, in my accounting, in my view of the density buffer in this case, when you look at the actual site, and let's take a look. In fact, moving further back in the site, or maybe let's look at this one. When you move further back into the site, you're moving further away from the street, which I think by all account is an advantage. You want it to be less visible from the street. But it has sort of the perverse punishment for us of moving closer to Escar's site. So, what is the logic behind the buffer zone? Does this is this a moment in which that density buffer doesn't serve a purpose? Just to return to Council Heim's language at that time. Under certain circumstances, if the density buffer would not serve a real purpose, he was saying that the ARB does allow for exceptions. Now, when I reviewed the bylaws and in conversation with Council Heim, and I'm not sure if he is still with us, so I'll represent him if he is not. Oh, he is here. Okay, great. In reviewing the bylaws, there's a distinction between the buffer zones with regard to parks and places where children commonly congregate versus this density buffer. And so, I still think, I mean, in my estimation, this meets kind of the standard that was discussed at the time that the density buffer was being written into the bylaws. That there are certain circumstances where the density buffer doesn't serve a real purpose, especially on sites which are large. I mean, so it's a sort of a disadvantage to be on a large site. When we were looking at the density buffer previously for Calyx Peak, who are terrific operators, I have no doubt. They were on a very small site where they were 1,960 feet away. The curb cut was right there. There was no difference between the curb cut and the rest of the site. In this site, it's more than 2 acres. And so it has the disadvantage of being large. And the unfortunate circumstance here is to be in a better suited, an ideal suited location on the site is sort of written out, even though the curb cut, that is the access point to the site, is well over 2,000 feet away. I think it's 2,200 feet.
Yeah, so you're getting at what the concern is, and you know, we took a look at this. The application was submitted identifying the whole 101,000 square foot parcel.
Yes. And
the back line of the parcel to the location on Broadway is about 1,685 feet, and 8.3B3 of the zoning bylaw talks about the 2,000 foot density buffer. And I see what you're saying here in terms of what town council may have said, but there is a distinction between B2 and B3. They just said one buffer can be waived, another one can't. So, and given, unless we have a dispute as to how you measure from Broadway to the Mass Ave location, and I spoke to the planning director earlier today, and she confirmed that the town follows the Cannabis Control Commission regulations, which basically defines it property line to property line. Unfortunately, I think we have a big problem here. And whether, sometimes we talk about, is it a problem with the standard or the application standard? Well, applying the standard, we're going to be less than 2,000 square feet, or not square feet, 2,000 feet between locations. So it's a big concern in terms of what's compliance with the zoning bylaw.
And it's interesting that you say that. So the CCC does allow the individual municipalities to define their own standards of distance. So it would be up to Arlington to define what that is. So interestingly, DPH measured it building to building, and now the CCC has started with property line to property line. The town could define it as curb cut of property line to curb cut of property line. It's within the town's decision to make that. I would also note that Cambridge specifically allows priority applicants to be within less than 1,800 feet of each other. That's one of the kind of advantages and flexibilities that Cambridge has afforded to their top tier priority candidates. As we are in Arlington.
And if I may, I'll just add that I believe Arlington's bylaw is silent on what the measurement point should be. So there is the flexibility there to, as Jared said, look at the actual practical entry points to the property.
I would also note, as a quirk of that bylaw, sort of for interest's sake, it measures it from adult use store to adult use store. If we were applying as a medical store, we would be allowed to use this site, which is a little odd since the same activity, the same basic activity would be allowed in this site. Sort of a little quirk there.
Yeah. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Mahan?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I move the 11 o'clock rule to 12:15.
Do you have a second? Mr. Corsi?
Second.
Attorney Heim?
Mrs. Mahan?
Yes.
Mr. DeCoursey?
Yes.
Mr. Diggins?
Does this snore count as a yes? Yes.
Thank you guys for sticking with us.
Yep.
Mr. Hurd?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
So moved. All right, Mrs. Mahan?
Okay, I'll make this as quick as I can. I just like to ask, between the buildings at 23 to 35, what is the actual building, or you still aren't sure yet? What's the actual address of the building that you're proposing to use?
Buzzies is what we would propose to use, since it's more than 2,000 feet away.
And what's the actual address?
I believe it's 25B.
25B. Okay, and then I see in here you where we have the buffer zone, and there's a citation about the school in Cambridge, and it says that.
Yes.
I haven't said the question yet.
Oh, no, I just remember what the comment was in the Director of Planning and Community Development piece.
That Cambridge said it voted to reduce the buffer to 300 feet, but the footnote there cites 400 feet.
The footnote in
on the page that you have, on the page where you say City Council.
Oh, yes. So in the case where the buffer was reduced, it was 400 feet, but subsequently there was an ordinance that further reduced it to 300. So I have two footnotes actually. So footnote 1 is the article, and then footnote 2 is the Cambridge special permit criteria, which further reduces it to 300.
Oh, I have footnote 2 as a slide for
So I'm on. Oh, you may be looking at a slightly earlier version of the presentation.
I'm looking at what's in.
So footnote 1 is to this article, Cambridge Day, Alex Bowers, proposed recreational pot shop is acceptable 400 feet from school complex. Officials decide. That's of October 18, 2019. And the second one is the Cambridge special permit criteria, which reduced it further to 300 feet.
Okay, I'm reading that wrong. I thought that one to the right was footnote 3. So there's no citation for footnote 3.
Footnote 3 is seed slide 2016 for estimates. This is talking about the large parking lot is currently underutilized.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. What I've done for research, because I've been on Cambridge Day for like three years now, where you have the saying voted to reduce its buffer to 300 feet. The only thing I can back that up with is the 400 feet. You have the footnote 1 down there. And what you have is footnote 2, the slide, when I went in and viewed that, that's really related to footnote 3. Okay.
Just to clarify, there's a semicolon in that. So that's a reference to a different section there. So the sort of parent citation is with that URL. And the slide reference, I believe, was just missing a footnote down in the bottom there.
Thank you, Blake. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. The court reporter in me is going to leave it there. The other thing is, to me, I know you're stating to us tonight that it's 25B, which is Buzzies, but to me that, I would have liked to seen that in the actual application versus 23 to 25, because there's no 25B. And then the other thing is, just for myself personally, similar to when we were discussing demographics in Arlington for some say malt liquor when I worked at ABCC, some say all alcohol, to have disbursement amongst the town. So I'm still kind of questionable in terms of the address as it relates to Escar and having 2 of the 3 both being in East Arlington. I understand what you're saying about the parking. I've been down there post-COVID. There's a little bit more parking spaces down there, but I've been down there pre-COVID where the fitness center, I don't know if it was in business or people weren't going there, but that was a tough place to park. How are you proposing in terms of, regardless of where your building is, whether it's 25B or somewhere else in there, when we get back to somewhat normalcy, that's a tough place to park in down there.
Sure.
I know the neighbors already are complaining about the businesses on Mass Ave, the restaurant on Mass Ave, the tire place on Mass Ave, the karate, or I'm going to say it wrong, but it's some kind of fitness on Mass Ave, already parking on Boulevard. Lafayette and Fairmont, because I've been working with the police department to try to work with getting those streets patrolled. So I kind of see, unless you tell me something else that you're proposing, your overage of people parking also going onto those residential streets.
Sure. So I would answer that in two parts. The first one addressing the maintenance of balance in the distribution of establishments. I was having a good conversation, I thought, with John this afternoon. So maybe John, do you want to talk about that?
No, you can.
Sorry, John Leone, my counsel.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant the chair.
Oh, no, I'm
That's
sorry.
That's a terrible thing to do.
I'm
sorry.
Okay.
Trying to protect. Okay, sorry.
I delegate, right. I delegate to John. Right. Yes,
Yeah.
right.
Say Attorney Leone.
Sorry, forgive me. I'm too informal. Yes, Attorney Leone, please.
Well, part of the issue here is east end of Mass Ave of Arlington is basically limited to the two main thoroughfares, Broadway and Mass Ave, because of the LWF Brook and the two bridges. But in East Arlington, this retail district is its own little retail area, and it's perfectly suited for this kind of business. You are questioning the amount of parking. Right now, the fitness center is out of business, and there is quite a bit of parking. But the way that Jared has designed his expected customer flow with the queueless system, he's not going to have lines of people coming there. He's also hoping for a lot of walkers and bus traffic, people to come in there, and he's given incentives to people to not use their vehicles to get there. And we really have to think about the Arlington as the way designed with the buffers. They're really in the center of town, are not that many acceptable spaces. It's too dense with schools, with parks, with other areas that would preclude any use of a marijuana shop. And if they did pick out one, say like where the Helena's is, that would qualify. But there's no parking at all. And it's right next to the fire station, right across from playtime. So you wouldn't be able to use that space, which is a space that would fit within the buffer zone setbacks. So by looking at the town as a north, south, east, west, we really can't just strictly say we got to have one in the center, one in the Heights, and one up in East Arlington. It just can't work that way. We've looked at a lot of different spots in town, and this is one of the only ones that is in a business area, in a heavy business district already, not in a heavy residential area, but it does fit all the other boxes. We have parking problems everywhere. No matter where we are, we're going to have a parking problem. Do we anticipate them? No, trying to do everything we can to avoid them. And it's going to have to almost see what happens and do what he can. He's going to have to do what he can to discourage people from driving and parking and go for the walkers.
So elaborating on what Council mentioned, I took a look at the landmass and population of Arlington. And what I did was I divided it along kind of the main commercial spines. So taking Broadway as one kind of commercial district at the polar end of town, kind of similarly situated to where Apopka is on Mass Ave to the west side of town. Broadway is one main commercial area, commercial thoroughfare, and Mass Ave is another. And so where we are sited, we are essentially the same 2,000 feet apart from ESCAR, so far apart as to be a separate, in our telling, so far apart as to be a separate commercial district. So yes, you can divide Arlington into three kind of north-south divisions, east, central, and heights. You can also divide it along its kind of commercial spines. And so what we divide here is three equal land masses with roughly equal populations. And so there would be a balance of distribution of establishments across the geography and across the population. And then getting back to the specifics of our 9-point kind of parking management plan. Right. So in the opening weeks, we intend to use the Qless scheduling app to ensure that we're mandating only a limited number of people may arrive. So that's a certain number of reservations per hour. And so that would force traffic to be of a certain character. Thereafter, we would be hiring several attendants to manage parking during the opening weeks if there was any concern for that. And then as Council Leone was suggesting, the strongest parking management system is to attract customers within walking, biking, or bus distance, which we are, the best site among those proposed to do because we have the greatest access to public transportation. Thereafter, we would be incentivizing customers to review the menu before visiting the store. So I can't remember who the questioner was, but one of the questions was, how much time is a customer spending at the store? And the function of time is how much time are they occupying a parking space? So one of the main things we're trying to optimize in this managing customer traffic plan is to reduce customer time in store so that people are occupying spaces for less time so that we're able to process through a higher volume. So we're incentivizing customers to review the menu before visiting the store. We're overstaffing the store, particularly at the registers, to process more people. We're placing associates on the floor to discuss the menu options. As Ed was mentioning previously, that there are shoppers who want to understand the product better. And so by placing associates on the floor, they can have those conversations ahead of time before they get to the counter. Then
Okay, and I want to make sure, because I'm kind of monopolizing the time for the rest of the colleagues on my board. I just want to state that right now in the middle of COVID, of what we're doing, and with the fitness center closed as represented by the proponent, we already have a parking issue on all those side streets that I previously mentioned, and that's pre-COVID. And I understand the comments about encouraging people to walk, bike, and whatever. But I have observed how it's been in the Heights in terms of it's next to impossible to park there, Wednesday through Saturday, especially after 2 p.m. So I do have parking concerns about this. So I'll yield the rest to my colleagues who have questions, and I've taken far too much time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. I will move the 11 o'clock rule again to 12:30.
Second.
Attorney Heim?
Mrs. Mahan,
Yes, thank you.
Mr. DeCoursey,
Yes.
Mr. Diggins,
Yes.
Mr. Curo,
Yes.
Mr. Hurd,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
All right, thank you. I'll be very quick on this. Thank you very much. Your application was extremely detailed. I'm going to take another swing at the one question that I think keeps recurring, though. You said that Buzzies is the location that you're targeting, that there's strong commitment by the landlord to work with you. Do you have a written agreement that would definitively give you site control?
Yes, as evidenced by the application itself. And what we've talked about is a right of first offer. That is, what we would be able to rent the site before it became available to the public. And again, the landlord is willing to work with us. We'd be happy to find another site on another place on site where we can operate. We'd be happy to construct a new building on site. Again, if the density buffer was observed to, just want to make sure I get the language correct.
So, Mr. Carl, I'll direct you to page 9 of the application itself, section 4, where he has site control certification from the landlord.
So if it were determined that this was a certain circumstance in which the density buffer did not serve a real purpose, we would prefer to construct a new facility on that site. Otherwise, we would be pushed back to Buzzies, and we would be open to work with the town to continue to look for sites that worked unambiguously. If it were valued that we were an Arlington applicant, if it were valued that our application was strong, if it were valued that that we proposed a special opportunity for the town to keep ownership, not just management local, we would be happy to continue. We're very much committed to Arlington, and very, very committed to finding something that would work.
Great, thank you very much. I think your application and my colleagues' questions have addressed what was on my mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so, I mean, I don't want to reiterate. I think we've gone back and forth with the questions about the site. You know, I do want to say that I love the idea of an Arlington-based marijuana business. I think that priority should be observed. I'm going to ask Attorney Heim if he wants to chime in here regarding the buffer, because there's been some talk about it. And, you know, we certainly don't want to have you spend money. You know, I know Attorney Leone is a high-priced lawyer, so I don't want you to go down that road if there's no ultimate end game for you. So Attorney Heim, do you have any comments as to whether or not the application go forward at this site?
I do. As the board may recall, the host community agreement process is not synonymous with the special permitting process. That your criteria are your criteria for trying to do your best within what is not a well-guided process from a state regulation standpoint for what you should consider and what you shouldn't. So with the caveat that I don't want to make the select board have to make a decision with respect to what is ultimately within the ARB's purview, I have communicated to the applicant that I misspoke at that specific meeting, and that the quotation that's been ascribed to me in the presentation was a mistake on my part. And I believe I've also communicated to Mr. Leone in prior dialogues that the buffer zone with respect to 2,000 feet can't be waived. I think there's been some good arguments presented about it with respect to, you know, what the practical impact of that is. But just to be clear, the 2,000 foot buffer cannot be waived under 8.3 B3. The source of my misspeaking was that the buffer can be altered or amended under 8.3 B2 with respect to things like playgrounds and the like. So that's the zoning bylaw in terms of what it says about the 2,000 foot buffers. The rest of it I leave to the board's discretion.
And then, so just as a follow-up, do you have any comments as whether or not the ARB must follow the property line to property line model, or is it within their discretion to do store to store?
That's the way. So that's the way it's been interpreted by the zoning enforcement officer in the past. So when we've measured these things previously, we've measured them from property line to property line based on the guidance, based on the way the regulations read from the CCC. Whether or not it would be wise to have a departure from that, I don't know that I can speak for how the ARB or the zoning enforcement officer would want to handle that, but that's how they've interpreted it in the past.
Okay. All right. I don't want to kind of run circles around this. So that's all I have. If there's any additional comments from the board, questions, thank you for the presentation. We'll bump you guys out and have a discussion.
Thank you guys very much. We appreciate the time.
Thank
and
you.
Appreciate your patience staying up this late.
No problem. All right. So I'll open up to the board for any further discussions, questions that you have of counsel, of Attorney Heim, or any motions.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Diggins and Mr. Carroll beat me. Okay, I'll wait.
I think I saw Mr. Diggins.
Sure. Okay. So, as with you, Mr. Chair, thank you. First off, I do like the idea. I mean, of a Arlington based business. I mean, it has so many people from Arlington involved in it. I understand the concern about the buffer, and as a member of town meeting, and I very much want to follow the will of town meeting. I felt that the intention of it was to spread the burden of having a facility, in a given location, so that you didn't end up with two in an area, and that area would be excessively burdened by it. But given that precincts 3 and 4 were the two precincts that voted with a 2-to-1 margin, over 2-to-1 margin, to have recreational marijuana, I feel that there is a certain willingness, of that part of town to accommodate. Now, that's not to say that they would have voted, let's have 2 shops in East Arlington. But I do feel that they are far enough apart, and they do potentially draw me from 2 different parts of the region. Broadway would draw from Somerville, and Mass Ave would draw from Cambridge. And I think to the extent that they do pull in money potentially from other parts of the region would be good for the Arlington economy. And I don't like the Calyx location at all. So if we can deal with the distance issue here, that is the only thing that makes me hesitate on TAC's the human connection. So thank you. That's it.
Mr. Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we postpone further deliberation and action on the presentations until our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
And thank you, Ms. Mahan. And just to speak to it, I just think, just to quote my late grandfather, nothing good ever happens after midnight. And I think we've heard the presentations. We've had a chance to ask our questions of the presenters. I think it makes sense for us to sleep on this and to come back at our next meeting if we are going to take any further action on the proposals.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mrs. Mahan?
And I thoroughly concur on that, because I still have a lot of, I can see this being another hour discussion with respect to the issue and what's before us. And I know for another hour discussion, we'd all be better off not having it 12:30 to 1:30. So that's why I've seconded and agreed with Mr. Carroll's motion.
Yeah. Mr. Corsi?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Given the hour, I agree with Mrs. Mahan and Mr. Carroll.
Yep. And I'm good with that too. So I will turn it to Attorney Heim on a motion by Mr. Carroll, seconded by Mrs. Mahan.
Mrs. Mahan,
Yes.
Mr. DeCoursey,
Yes.
Mr. Diggins,
Yes.
Mr. Curo,
Yes.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes. All right, so that brings us to correspondence received. Item number 13, we have a letter regarding Black Lives Matter banner from Sam O'Keefe, Rebecca Gruber, Robert Santasuso, Anne Marie Bono, and Beth Loomis. Do we have a motion to receive?
Second.
Motion to receive by Mr. Mahan, seconded by Mr. Carroll. Attorney Heim?
Mrs. Mahan,
Yes.
Mr. DeCoursey,
Yes.
Mr. Diggins,
Yes.
Mr. Curo,
Yes.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes. And maybe with a lot of foresight, the agenda was posted without new business. So with that,
Move to adjourn.
motion to adjourn by
Second.
Mr. Mahan, seconded by Mr. Carroll. Attorney Heim?
Mrs. Mahan,
Thank you for the chairman's foresight. Yes.
Mr. DeCoursey,
Yes.
Mr. Diggins,
Yes.
Mr. Kuro,
Yes.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes. And you mean oversight.
No.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
My Lord.